is November 7th, 2020. It is 3 p.m. Eastern, and it's a very special day.
Yes, it is. It is the day. It is the day.
Yeah.
It's the fucking day. Like,
yeah, it's the 25th anniversary of Liquid Swords by the Jizza.
Hell yeah.
Trump lost the election, and we're very happy about it.
Yeah, and it's pretty obvious that, like, he's going to try to pull all kinds of dirty tricks, and given how they've been going lately, they're not going to work so well. Which I was expecting more from the dirty tricks.
It's been very ineffectual, right? Like he's said a lot of things, and there was like the couple lawsuits that got dismissed in like what is in legal terms like 10 minutes. But
yeah,
but that's kind of been it. I sort of think that, you know, even for somebody with the level of self-delusion that he has, I think perhaps he has realized that the writing is on the wall.
Yeah, and also
now,
like,
will he go quietly? No, absolutely not.
No.
But you know,
but like
yeah,
it's also like wild that, like, for all of the crazy, like, you know, reactionary hordes coming out to, you know, like, try to stop the vote count and stuff, there have been like several times as many people, you know, doing the exact opposite.
Oh yeah.
And just like laughing in their faces. It's been delightful.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of people that we could give a shout out to if we wanted to start that, but it would be a long fucking list. It's like the immediate two that come to mind, and this is only because I was reading, of all things, fucking Reddit a bit ago, is Stacey Abrams, who is a figure in the Democratic Party, registered like 30,000 people to vote in Georgia.
Holy shit!
Which
I
is
did not know about that specifically, but I do know Stacey Abrams because she should have won the gubernatorial election, but it was stolen from her.
Yeah, this is the same person.
By someone as fucking incompetent as the current Georgia governor.
Yeah. And the other people, this is a group of people where the fucking Navajo Nation had like 90% voter turnout, almost all blue. In
wow.
I'm gonna make myself look like an idiot here. It's either Arizona or Nevada, one of the two. But I mean, like, that's a couple tens of thousands of votes going the right direction. And, you know, like, I mean, I don't want to get too into the math of it because I'm not Nate Silver.
It is worth noting that, like, in terms of just Trump has been especially bad to indigenous people consistently.
Yeah.
So, like
even by the standards of the American presidency, which is like, that's not an easy thing to do.
Yeah, I mean, there's been worse. But that's not much of a bar to clear when you have Andrew Jackson.
Yeah. Anyway, the only point we're making with this insufferable, I guess it's an opening monologue. By the way, I appear to have soft locked myself on the second level, so that's cool and good. Why can't you blow these up? That's very strange. But, yeah, the only point we're making with this insufferable opening monologue is like, hey, if you are hearing this, you survived the Trump administration. Good for you.
Yes. And also, like, Steve Bannon got arrested.
Good.
At least that's what I saw like the last time, is that he's like trying to sue Twitter, but also there are people like, I think there are charges filed against him for the Fauci thing. You know, inciting violence.
Whatever works. Whatever
and
makes him not relevant anymore.
Yeah, and it's like, oh god, what else has gone on? Like,
yeah, I mean, we don't need to like recap everything. It's just like
there are people dancing in the streets in Philadelphia.
There's people dancing in the streets here. I literally, I shared this on the Discord server, so you probably saw it already. But I literally learned that Biden won because a random UPS worker told me on my way to get groceries this morning.
That's amazing.
People are pretty jazzed. Like, I mean, Chicago's a pretty left-leaning city. We had literally every precinct but one go blue this election, which is like, you know.
I live in Philly, and like, there are Republicans in Philly, but like, they don't matter.
Yeah, I mean, like most large cities tend to go blue.
Like,
I mean,
again, like, we have the, probably in terms of like, you know, but I mean, even by, you know, national standards, like, the last mayoral elections were like literally just like Democrats against each other, with like in the one in 2015 there was one Republican, and I swear, like, in the treasurer election, the Green Party got more votes than the Republican.
Only a vision of the future, if I have anything to say about it.
And in the mayoral election, like, the Republican got some votes, but she literally registered as a Republican so she could run unopposed, because she was actually a Democrat.
That's some, like, four-dimensional chess nonsense.
Oh, yeah.
Political parties are fucked up. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean,
we've done the thing that I didn't want to do, which is we made this like a serious political discussion hour. We should.
That's true. But I was just explaining the culture of Philadelphia, like.
Yeah, I get it. Like,
and also, like, Delaware County, which I've always thought of as being very Republican, went hard for Biden, which, like, blew my mind. It's like...
Yeah, I mean, like,
literally 4-1.
Like, the story I have to share, this is just, like, a personal thing. My fucking uncle voted for Biden, and my uncle is a police chief. Like,
whoa.
Like, you know, I realize that's not the norm, but like,
yeah, but it's
like, even people who otherwise have very little regard for their fellow human being are just kind of saying the man, I think. And that's not to discount, like, he did still get however many fucking millions of votes, but like, I think anybody who's got any common sense is like,
yeah,
the ship has sunk, time to grab the
and it's like,
to grab the life rafts. Hello, Mer, welcome.
You've also told stories about your uncle, so I'm like, holy shit, really?
Yeah, my uncle was my uncle is, like, let me put it this way. I have, like, I legitimately thought when my mom told me that she was, like, pulling my leg. Like, I thought she was trying to be funny. Because, he's just not... Like, this is a man who is, like... You know, like picture your platonic mental image of a Republican police officer. You've pretty much got it.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what made him change his mind, to be honest, because he was pretty enthusiastically for the Big Orange in 2016, but whatever. Like, whatever works.
I think the fact that the man has, for example, just wildly mishandled a lot of things just in ways that, like, even Republicans can't, like, get behind. And on top of that, like, his consistent shit about the military has just been, like...
Yeah, no, I wasn't surprised. Like, people were surprised that a bunch of, like, service ballots went blue. Like, a lot of them. It was like 80-20 or something ridiculous.
Yeah,
like
in Allegheny County... In Allegheny County specifically, which is where Murr lives, like, Murr was saying that, like, the service ballots they counted there, went 80-20 for Biden.
Like, a surprise, even people with even if they have, like, no other morals whatsoever, do not like to be called stupid. Like,
yes.
You know, to be honest, like, a part of me is amazed that he got as many votes as he did. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't want to get into that part of the discussion.
I mean, those are the same people who voted for Marjorie Greene, who is a literal QAnoner.
Yeah, again, I don't want to get into that particular part of the analysis because it rapidly gets very depressing. But, like, I don't know. I'm with Murr on the tone of the day.
The overall tone of the day has generally been positive. Unlike, you know, like, it's no reason to stop doing things.
Oh, obviously
not.
Yeah, no, I don't think, like, you know, unless some random person that I don't know stumbles upon this when it's a VOD later, I don't think anybody has any reason to believe that the work is done, because it's definitely not. But, like,
yeah,
I'll take step 1 out of 100,000. It's better than none. You know?
Yeah.
We will need you to fight Rudy Giuliani. Oh, God. Can I tell you something? I think Rudy Giuliani is one of the few public figures I could absolutely take in a fight.
Yeah! Same! I could beat his ass.
And I would.
Yeah, same!
Oh, that's right. He has that weird fucking hate for ferrets. That's a thing about him.
Yeah, that they, like... Well, yeah, there was that whole thing where they banned ownership of ferrets in New York City.
Like, what the fuck is up?
There, which, like... there's no, like, actually... There is no evidence of any of the reasons that they gave for it. It's just, like,
I mean, people have
bullshit.
Owned ferrets as pets for many years.
Yeah, like, since the Roman period.
Perfectly
if not earlier.
Domesticatable animal.
They are domesticated. Like, ferrets are the domesticated form of the European polecat.
Oh, okay.
They're skinnier versions, whereas, you know, polecats are chunky boys.
Polecats are chunky boys.
Yes.
Look, I'm not saying that single line from, I believe it's from The Sopranos, has contributed greatly to the current culture of making fun of Italian Americans a lot, but, like, I wouldn't be shocked if it did.
Oh dear, it's unfortunate because it's like there are so many. You could say, well, now you could, you know, point to, like, I don't know, like, literally both the governor of New York and the mayor of New York City,
you want to know,
who are both Democrats and both hate each other.
You want to know a better Italian American than Rudy Giuliani? Chef Boyardee. That's not a joke.
Yeah, I know. It was,
I mean, it's funny, but it's not. Oh yeah, Lady Gaga is Italian American.
yeah,
There you
Stephanie Germanotta.
There you go.
And then also, like, there are actually, there are a lot of Italian Americans.
There
Just
are. It's
John
like,
Bon Jovi, which that's actually his name, Bon Jovi. It's spelled differently in his actual name.
a rock star changing the spelling of their name. Perish the thought.
Yeah, I mean, it was like, I mean, his band is, you know.
Have I ever
spelled
shared that
that
Bon Jovi is my mom's favorite band?
I believe so, yes. Danny DeVito.
Danny DeVito. Danny DeVito's a good one.
Robert De Niro.
Make Columbus Day Danny DeVito Day.
Yes!
Every day is Danny DeVito Day.
I mean, that's true. Like, is there any day that isn't Danny DeVito Day?
Easter Sunday.
Easter Sunday, okay. Then it's just Easter Sunday.
Yeah. But anyway, yeah, like people were pretty damn happy here. Like I already mentioned, like I learned of the news on my way to Target, and by the time I came back from doing my little grocery shopping trip, there was like an impromptu block party at the corners of, or at the intersection of Sheridan and Farland? I think that street's called? One of them. Anyway, like, people were literally like dancing on the sidewalks and like ringing bells and waving flags around and stuff.
Yeah, it's
like,
just, yeah.
The atmosphere here is positive. Oh God, Murray. that needs its entire own separate episode of this show.
Indeed. Oh boy.
The way it ties together to the second and third book into the first is dumber. Oh fuck.
You got squished by a giant golden head.
I was reading chat and I got distracted. This is dumber than you could even imagine. I don't know. I can imagine some pretty dumb things. Don't test me. Hey, Shredney.
Yeah?
Would you care to read the tweet that is currently present on my screen? From,
Yamiche Arsendor.
Yeah, I don't know who that is, but...
I'm not familiar either, but, Yamiche Arsendor. President Trump has left his Virginia golf club where he learned of Joe Biden being declared president-elect and is now on his way back to the White House, where a large crowd has gathered to celebrate Trump's projected failure to be reelected. A tough scene for someone who hates losing.
It's like the exact inverse of how it felt when he won. It's like,
yeah,
things will feel normal again for a second, and then I'll be like, oh yeah, Joe Biden was Obama's vice president. I bet he hates that. And I'll just, you know, you think of something new that he's going to hate about not being the president anymore, and it's just wonderful. And, you know, does it make up for the terrible things that he has inflicted upon the populace? No, not even a little bit. But, like, you know, it's funny.
But it just, like, imagining him being salty for the rest of his miserable life.
Which is probably not very long, if I'm going to be mean about it. Which I am.
Yeah, like real talk. And also, I'm gonna say, this is a little gruesome. But here's the thing. Here's the thing about COVID-19, which, you know, of course, Trump tried to bury.
I would prefer if we didn't talk about that part.
Okay, all I'm gonna say is, with someone in his condition who probably has already eaten through a few organs with drug use, he's fucked.
Yeah. You know, like, again. Does it make up for anything? No.
No.
But
and it's
take
kind of
some-
morbid Schadenfreude, and I don't like putting that on my soul.
I don't
But at the
either.
same time,
But, you know, he's not dead yet, so...
yeah, nah, not yet.
What if Rudy Giuliani lightly asks him to make Caesar Augustus? Don't even joke about that.
Oh god. But like, okay. I like what Sorrow just said, which is "lol, rest in piss." Which, yes, exactly.
Rest in piss. I don't know, like, when I was a bit younger, and, you know, admittedly just, like, straight up more naive, I was like, you know, I don't know if I will ever have a political figure in my lifetime that I hate as much as people seem to hate, say, you know, Margaret Thatcher or whomever.
Oh boy.
And let me tell you something, I have been proven wrong repeatedly over the past 4 years.
Yeah. Like, I mean, like, and, like, here's the thing, is it's wild, is, like, George W. Bush, people recognize by the end of his presidency that he was probably one of the worst presidents in modern history.
Yeah, it's crazy how we got one, and then one who was like, okay, like I'm not here to do Obama apologism because I don't really like Obama that much.
Yeah. And
then another one of pretty much inarguably one of the worst presidents we've ever had.
Yeah,
hopefully
like,
we can stop that going
yeah,
forward.
how did we do worse than Bush?
Yeah, like I don't know. People, there's arguments to be had, I'm sure, about like
oh shit, you got stun locked into biting.
Yeah, I'm sure there's arguments to be had about like what's had a worse effect on the world on the whole. And, you know,
yeah, it's hard to say.
I'm not interested in that. I was pretty young still when Bush left office in 2008. You know, I'm never gonna claim to be, you know, perfectly woke or whatever the fuck, but
yeah,
I know enough about how things work now that I can very much appreciate what Donnie has been up to, and I don't like it very much.
Yeah.
Parks and Recreation star Joe Biden has been cast as President of the United States. He will replace Home Alone 2 star Donald Trump.
Holy shit!
Oh
no.
God.
But
I am going to do this over the course of this stream, by the way, so get ready for it. How do you think he feels about losing to a man that he nicknamed Sleepy Joe?
Ooh. Well, I mean, he wouldn't know very much about sleep. Like the man, just like it's like he apparently like going by how often he tweets, he only sleeps like 4 hours a night.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe he just I think that he probably does the same thing lots of people do, which just get up, tweet 3 times, and then go back to bed.
That's possible.
Which is
but
like
also,
a hallmark of like serious social media addiction. Like my grandma does that kind of thing, or at least. But
I'm also saying that like I mention this because also, when you look at his face, he has bags under his eyes that are like, like unusual.
Oh yeah, I mean, you know, maybe. I don't want to sit here and
I mean that, and also the like obvious evidence, and
I'll be honest,
it's been attested by people.
I like avoid looking at the man whenever I can.
Shoot him, you know, like literally going through what is it called? British Sudafed like candy.
The fuck?
Yeah, like, okay, you've seen the Taco Bowl picture, right?
Oh yeah, the one where he's like, "Oh, I love Mexico."
And then, and in the background of that, you can see in one of his drawers that it's just filled with boxes and boxes of British Sudafed. And apparently he gets his kids to bring it over when they're on international flights, essentially smuggle them to him because they have a higher percentage of pseudoephedrine.
Okay, like, to be honest with you, like, that's just fucking weird.
It's
like,
and like he is actually addicted to Sudafed.
like, that's like number 9 trillion on the list of bad things that he's done, but it is very strange.
And like
Sudafed,
at
all
least
things.
two different people like have what is it called? Like who worked backstage and things on The Apprentice have confirmed that like that is far from the only stimulant that he is very, very fond of.
Well, hopefully it stimulates him into the fucking ground.
Yeah. I mean, it also explains why he, for like 5 minutes when he had COVID, when he was in the hospital, looked and acted like almost a normal human. Because he wasn't allowed to take any drugs.
I don't know. I like the drug abuse allegations, whether they're true or not.
I know it's often like deeply in bad faith and kind of fucked up.
Yeah, like to be honest, like again,
I mean I agree. I'm just saying
way
that
way down there.
it's like it doesn't change the fact that he's a like regardless of that he'd still be a horrible person.
Yeah.
Which is entirely unrelated to that. There are plenty of people who have equally, if not more serious drug problems who still act like decent people.
Yeah. It's it's like, okay, I hate saying this kind of thing, right? Because I am a big believer in that you should not assign character to arbitrary blocks of time, which is ultimately all, a year, a month, whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
But it's been a weird fucking year.
I mean,
like,
just the whole period of the last year has been wild.
It's like much has happened. Blocks of time is a contradiction. Read William Bergson. What if I don't do that, is the thing. What if I simply do not?
What about Henri Bergson?
What?
Well, I said, what about Henri Bergson?
Who's that?
Oh, yeah, that's what I was saying, is like, I'm confused.
I don't know who any of these people are!
Henri Bergson was a French philosopher.
Is that seriously how you pronounce the French version of Henry? Henri?
Henri.
What the fuck?
E-N is pronounced en.
French is a fucked up and twisted language.
There is a reason for it, like, etymologically.
There's a reason etymologically for the way that anything is. It doesn't make it not fucked up and twisted.
That's true, like, like I was trying to explain the whole Houston thing to Gogo last night, I think. She was like, what the fuck is wrong with English?
I know what's wrong with English.
That it's a product of centuries.
The English!
Well, okay, the English are a problem, but that's the other problem.
I know.
Which is centuries of colonialism, which leads to the language being, like, just a mess, actually.
Just being a goofball. Man, the other thing is, I haven't slept today. Like,
Oh dear.
I woke up at like almost midnight last night. So
Yo.
I just like haven't gone to bed because I haven't been tired. I'm starting to slightly feel it, but like not that much yet, thankfully. But
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know. It's been a surreal day. I have to be honest, like,
hmm
and this is me talking to you not as you know, you all not as Planet Jane, the internet personality to whatever extent that it even exists, and just me talking to you as Jane A, the person. I was so sure that that Trump was going to win again somehow. Like, I didn't know if it was going to be just lack of enthusiasm for Biden, which would have been pretty understandable because he's not exactly a thrilling candidate, or like legal shenanigans that actually accomplish something, or whatever. And when I heard that he had like the AP had called it, I was like, oh, there are some decent people in the world. It was like, it was like a very strange feeling. I don't think I have ever felt that kind of relieved about anything.
Yeah, I had an inkling that, but that personally, like, I felt a certain optimism that Biden would win, but I was extremely wary about the things like the legal challenges, or that Trump would straight up try to pull a coup. Like, I was
honestly like that one. There is a small part of me. I'm like, he still might try. I don't think he could succeed, but he might try. Which
it's just like, and it's just sort of like, it's like I do wonder where things will go from here overall. Like,
yeah, I saw the thing about the Secret Service. I don't know who it would be if he tried to do something like that, which is why I don't think it would succeed.
Oh, I think it would probably be like right-wing, far-right paramilitaries would try to
yeah, which, like, as scary as those people are, and I mean that seriously, I don't think there's enough of them. Like, I don't know. Maybe that's overly optimistic. And hopefully that theory will not be put to the test.
The thing about the biggest successes of groups like that in the past have been on local levels, and I think that more and more as, like, there has been more and more anti-fascist activism, I think we have a resistance to them in some form to stop them when they try that.
Yeah, also, like, this is perhaps a marginally controversial opinion. As much as authority systems like when, the jackboots take over, they only will go with that if they have a reason to. And I think that Trump's loss of popular support removes that.
Yeah, it's sort of like it's become very embarrassing for them.
Fuck. I died.
Like, at this point, there's no financial benefit.
Yeah.
At this point.
Now, on the other hand, we do have, like, cops crying in their cars in New York City, which is just, like,
horrifying.
Yeah, like that, and also just embarrassing. Like,
yeah.
Like,
and also, I think what we're starting to understand, well, people who aren't, like, fucking... yeah, like...
People who are, to put it in the least diplomatic terms possible, not woke.
Yeah, are starting to come to the realization that police really kind of are a caste. Like, it is more than just, like, a job. It is, like, you're giving power to people who, even if they are personally decent people, are...
Murr.
What did Murr say?
That's hilarious. My mom said to me that she thinks she's become woke the other day. That is so funny. I have no
great.
idea how I would react if my mom said something like that to me.
Oh my god.
I would just be like, Mom, you voted for Ross Perot. Like, I don't know. Or was it the other? I don't remember. Whatever.
I don't know. My, like, you know...
I think I'm thinking of the wrong guy. She voted for, no, I'm definitely thinking the wrong guy. Ross Perot's the Libertarian dude.
No, Ross Perot was the Reform Party.
Oh, okay, yeah, never mind.
Yeah. He...
Who was the fucking Libertarian candidate in the last election?
In the last election, William Weld.
Was it
No, not William Weld. He was the vice presidential, and he ran against Trump.
It was that weird motherfucker who wanted to bang him out.
Gary Johnson.
Gary Johnson. Yeah. She voted for fucking Gary Johnson, which I don't even remotely understand. On
a personal level, Gary Johnson seems like at least an interesting guy.
Yeah, but, like, my mom's, like...
on the opposite end of that political spectrum in a lot of ways.
Yeah, like a very diehard Catholic.
Yeah, like, Gary Johnson is like a fucking...
I don't really know what happened there, to be honest.
Yeah, like, the guy is like, if I'm not mistaken, he's a pretty open atheist. And on top of that is, like, you know, very into capitalism and weed. And mountain climbing.
Yeah. Yeah, it was just like a strange man. My mom is a strange woman, just not in that way. So, like, I don't know.
I mean, I guess, like...
Actually, I just realized that my younger brother voted for the first time in this election, probably. Unless he didn't. I should ask him how that went.
But, like, what was I gonna say? Was my, I was gonna say that, like, if I'm not mistaken, Bill Weld, his, VP, who also, again, like, tried to primary Trump, is, like, a high Episcopalian. So, like...
Maybe that's why? I don't know.
Like, and he's actually a fairly interesting guy. He's really funny. I mean, in a very dry, rich New Englander way.
You know, I am...
Like, he's like a Republican from the 50s. But less racist.
I gotta say, that's still not a ringing endorsement.
I mean, I didn't say it was a ringing endorsement.
Yeah.
You know...
I mean, he's a character.
He's a character, and he talks well.
You ever seen the debate where Buchanan threatened to slap Gore Vidal? What?
Pat Buchanan? Oh, Buckley. No, I've seen that. Yeah, like... Well, actually, they had multiple, like, debates on live television, and they got wild. William F. Buckley Jr., yeah. Oh boy, that man. You know, it's funny, towards the end of William F. Buckley Jr.'s life, he actually, like, reversed he became, like, while he was initially supportive under Reagan of the beginnings of the drug war, he completely changed his views on it and thought that weed should be legalized.
Weird.
And
I do have to say, like, I super don't want to get into my own personal history that much, but, like, even as somebody who did a pretty dramatic political shift over the course of my life. I don't totally understand how you can, like, be actively involved in policy like that and then change your mind. Like,
in Buckley's case, he saw the effect of it and realized how devastating it was and felt ashamed of it.
I mean, I don't know.
Like he genuinely was like.
It's one of those
that
things.
Was
yeah, no, like it's one of those things where I'm like, you know, good for you, but it really have helped if you had realized that. A while ago.
he started to like move away from it while he was in the administration when he started to see what it did.
It's actually, now that I think of it, it's kind of also how I feel about my uncle voting for Biden, which is like, you know,
yeah,
thanks, but also you've been a part of this problem for 23 years, so...
yeah. It's like it's sort of like a milder form of the Andrew Carnegie problem of, like, you realize as you're gonna, see you. Good luck with that.
Yeah.
Is like, it's a little similar to the Andrew Carnegie problem of, like, oh, you were one of the worst robber barons for, like, most of your, life, and then you realized as you were dying that, oh, I'm probably going to hell for this.
Yeah, like, you know, we are constantly at risk during the stream of, like, getting real in a not fun or interesting way.
Yeah.
But I basically constantly worry that I'm, like, not doing enough, like, just in general.
I mean, fair.
All the time. I don't know how you start so far from that and then come over to the... But then again, also, I was, like, very conservative until, like, high school, because that's how I was raised, and I didn't know any better. So I don't know. Maybe for some people it just takes a lot longer.
And also the whole wild thing of seeing, like, the, somebody at, like, a collection of posts by channers on their LGBT forum, like, saying that now that Trump's lost, they've decided to transition.
Yeah, like, I saw those posts, and I'm like, best of luck, I can't help you. That's...
The thing is, I've met a shocking number of, like, ex-far-right trans women, especially.
I have too, and, like, it's a positional thing, right? Because if you meet them after they stop being that way, it, like, you've never known them as that.
Like that,
so
yeah,
so it just kind of is, like, a weird detail. Whereas, if somebody like that were to, like, come to me for advice, which is very presumptuous, I don't think anybody ever would, and they shouldn't, honestly, but hypothetically speaking, like, I would be like, you know, well, I'm glad you realized that you've been doing horrible things for the past several years, good luck. Like, I don't know how you get somebody from there to happy with themselves. I do legitimately think, and people don't like this opinion for various reasons, some of which I get and some of which I think are kind of petty. I do legitimately think that like, people who were raised in such a way that they can recognize that there's something that they're missing, but they think it's, like, society's fault that they feel that way, and that because of that, society should be basically, like, razed to the ground, is how a lot of, like, alt-righters seem to think. For everybody, like, who's not who was not born like they were. They seem to get this idea that like, well, I mean, like I guess in a way this is kind of the cornerstone for all transphobia and just general biological essentialist nonsense in a broader sense. Like they get it in their head that they're born the way they are born, and they can't do anything about it, but it makes them miserable, and they can't like they so they cling to this thing.
They cling to toxic masculinity.
Yeah, essentially, even though they don't fit into that. And I mean, it's fucking 4chan, so God knows how many of those posts were even.
And on the other side, on the other side of it, there's also like the not insubstantial number, I think, of TERFs who come from a position of having been people who have bad experiences with like the way that femininity is treated within society, and then start projecting it onto other people.
Yeah,
because
that's definitely like a two sides of the same coin thing.
Yeah, it's just they tend to be like subtly different in that TERFs tend to make excuses rooted in the like vocabulary of vaguely left politics, whereas male alt-writers tend to just be what they are.
Yeah, and I don't think that's, to be clear, what I just outlined, I don't think that's the case for all people who are like that. I think some
no
are just like legitimately they think that that's going to let them be on top in society, so that's what they want.
Yeah.
And there is no deeper reason for it than that for them.
Or that, like, they really are, like, out and out delusion.
That too. But I think the group that I described forms a bigger contingent than many people would want to imagine it does.
Yes.
And
I would agree.
Like I was gonna say, in that specific case, it's fucking 4chan. God knows how many of those posts, if any, are sincere and how many are just people taking the piss. But
I mean,
if
a
any
lot of the people,
if any of them turn out to be actually, like, come the next presidential election, they're voting solid blue because now suddenly they're in the, trans minority.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be that surprised either.
Or their authoritarian tendencies continue and they become tankies.
That's the other option, yeah. I didn't want to bring that up because it's like the most depressing outcome.
Yeah, but, like I have met way too many trans tankies, and they're a fucking trip.
I've told you before about the Maoist who was a mod on the Discord server I used to be in. Who hold on.
I actually really have to use the bathroom, but we should continue this. Oh.
Anyway, I'm back.
But hey, I really need to quickly use the bathroom.
Oh, yeah, sure.
But like when I get back, please continue.
Oh, I kind of already forgot what I was talking about.
The Maoist on the Discord server.
Oh yeah. I'll tell you about that. That was
okay.
That's mostly just a weird story.
Yeah, but I'd like to hear it.
Sure. But go
back.
Go take care of. So, like, genuine question: is anybody actually watching this right now? I understand it's kind of my fault for streaming in the middle of the afternoon. Oh, hello, Gobusto. I almost accidentally called you Go-Go. That's a different person I know. Hello, one. How you guys doing? Sorry we got, like, depressing. It's kind of the opposite of what I wanted to do today, but sometimes this occurs. But after I tell Freddy the story I promised I would tell her, we can talk about something else. You guys watching any good anime this season? I'm certainly not. I like completely fell off the wagon like a week or two ago, and desperately need to catch up on like everything I'm watching. Hopefully I'll get around to it at some point this week. I also need to watch more Simone. I'm literally being paid to watch that, and I have not finished it, or even, like, come close. That. Eyes emoji. Hello, Evan. I will now rescue the dog. Feel free to take my time. No, I'm good.
Okay, so tell me about this.
Yeah, no, I think I've actually, if not you, I've definitely told people in our friend group this story before. But I was on a server at one point, and one of the mods I would later learn was a Maoist accelerationist, which, if you don't know what those words mean, you can look them up, but don't worry about it. It's not. No, we don't. I don't want to get into a lengthy explanation. But
yeah, but wow. That's are we talking like
a very extreme
MLM
form
or mouse Fontex?
I mean, I don't know. I didn't talk to this person very often because, frankly, she was super fucking annoying.
Yeah.
But, so that, she also had a drug lab that she made meth in, and she was eventually banned from the server because it came out that she was dating a 14-year-old, and, you know, if you're wondering how bad that is, this person was 28.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah! Just like a whole lot of things in one, This is the weirdest spin-off of Breaking Bad ever.
Oh, man.
Yeah, like, it's honestly so fucking out there that I feel a little bad even laughing at it, but, like...
Oh my fucking god, it's like a Maoist accelerationist meth-cooking sex offender.
Yeah! She also, this is the other thing that really stands out to me, she, like, was very particular about homemade HRT, and, like, when people talked about it, she would, like, complain at them if they were using a service that she considered substandard.
Oh, dear lord.
Which...
So she was also well-actualing people about DIY.
Like a snob about DIY estrogen. Yeah, like, I don't know.
Oh my god.
Some people, like...
She is all the... She's like all the annoying types of extremely online trans people I've ever met.
It's a lot of different brands in one person.
like every brand short of like the main, like the only way is if you could have like replaced Maoist with Nosball, then you would have covered all of them.
You know, it's pretty normal way to live your life, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I obviously don't keep in contact with this person anymore because
obviously not
terrible. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know whatever became of her. Hopefully, she's not involved with a teenager anymore. That would be a good start.
Yeah, that'd be good for everyone.
Why not?
Involved.
They sound very normal. Yeah, that's a good point. I didn't think of that.
Oh, hi, GoBusto.
Wow. Yeah, I can't tell if like the tiredness is starting to set in or if I'm just like being bad at Spelunky in a general sense today.
I mean, porque no los dos?
Hey, don't you use fucking taco memes on me. I don't even understand that commercial. Like, oh, we offer 2 kinds of taco shells. Yeah, you and every other fucking, like, business that sells tacos. That's not special.
Yeah.
Like, what are you talking
know,
about? It's the dumbest fucking ad campaign of all time.
I know, but it's a really good meme.
It's not! It's just why not both in Spanish?
I know, but it's like just but I mean, taking that bit out of context actually makes it make more sense and therefore makes it funnier.
Meme en español. I'm pretty sure that's the Spanish word for me, Miss Meme. I'm sure.
Yeah, that's also the name of the aunt.
I think if Cammy heard me say that, she'd spontaneously combust.
Also, Meme is the aunt in Denpa Ono Toseisho no Toko. You know, Ground Control Psycho-Electric Girl.
Yeah,
which is a much worse title than the Japanese one.
First of all, no. Second of all, you're really just gonna lay that down there and then also use the Japanese title to ensure that literally nobody but me knows what you're talking about.
Denpa Ona
It's not!
It's shorter.
No.
Also, like, there are only 2 shows with Denpa in the title that I can think of.
What about Electromagnetic Girlfriend?
Yeah, that's the other one. And that one at least makes more sense.
I watched that OVA not that long ago.
How was it?
It's alright. It does that thing a lot of thriller media do, where, like, a decent chunk of the driving force is like, whoa, people with mental illness are crazy. Which is, like, not great. But,
yeah.
You know, it's as a piece of media, it's compelling, and I said the word compelling really weirdly there. It's compelling, and it's visually interesting.
Yeah.
It's helped a good deal, I think, by the fact that it's short. There's like 3 episodes, I think.
Yeah, like, I think it's 2, but they're long. If I'm not mistaken.
That sounds right. It's got a good supporting cast, that show.
Yeah, like...
there is a girl who's, like... Well, okay, like, the main girl is, like an extreme chuny, and is attracted to the main guy because she thinks, or at least pretends to think, it's not entirely clear, that they were, like, master and servant in a prior life.
Yeah, there's a lot of weird stuff going on.
Yeah, but then her 2 friends are a girl that works at a maid cafe and a girl who does sweet knife tricks. And I really like the sweet knife tricks girl. I think I'm the only person who has her on my favorite characters list on Analyst.
That's a mood. Sort of like,
It's not a great series, but it's solid.
Yeah.
It's decent.
Yeah.
I like that kind of thing.
Like...
Reminded me a bit of, Boogie Pop and Others, which is from a couple years ago. And
Mm-hmm.
unlike Electromagnetic Girlfriend, I would say that one is like very good. So you should check it out if you like that.
Yeah.
Kind of thing.
And also, like, there isn't the official translation of the novels that's based on is, you've mentioned, not very good. Just is like,
Which one?
Boogie Pop and Others.
Yeah, it's like well, like I said, I don't know if it's the translation of the books because it's
Or the style.
or
Just a
if it's
bit.
just how they're written. I didn't find the Boogie Pop novels that compelling. I also like don't read a lot though, so like you shouldn't take my opinions on
That's fair.
later. Like,
Well, I
great
mean, I
literature.
mean, whether or not I actually agree with you on that, like, I just like, in the sense of, I think that your opinions are still valid, Jane.
you know, if you're gonna, this is like the most I've ever been gotten by the Ghost in one stream.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah, that's true.
you know, if you're gonna take my opinions on anything seriously, which you shouldn't because I'm a doofus, but if you do, which you should because I'm a genius, it should be my anime opinions. Everything else
Yeah.
is
I was gonna say, go to her anime website. God damn it.
yeah, MagicPlanetAnime.com. The most recent thing I have up there is a review of the in-progress manga Cocoon Entwined, which is something.
God, what was the
Pardon me.
oh my God, what was the last thing that I actually wrote about for them? Was, I think, Kaze Toki no Uta?
I don't know what that is.
Song of Wind and Trees, which is specifically, it was the Song of Wind and Trees Sanctus OVA, which is the only animated adaptation of Kazutoki no Uta, which is one of the original yaoi titles. Well, Shonen Ai in America, but that means something else over there, and I'm not going to get into that. But basically, yeah, it is a male-male romance story in a boarding school in France during the 1800s, and it's depressing. And the OVA is like, it's like a like about an hour-long film trying to condense the first couple volumes of a manga that went on way longer than that.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it's it has some really striking direction from the guy who did the film Arion, which is probably taken at least partly from the what is it called? The way that the manga was written and illustrated, which is like, apparently, I can't remember what her name is, Keiko. That she also did, I think, We Were 11. And towards Terra, Terra A.
No, I don't know at all, but
They're
continue.
like really famous shoujo titles from the 70s.
Okay.
Like, she tried to get, the thing with Kazutoki no Uta was she tried to get it published for like a decade before it actually was. Like, it was finally published in like 1979, but she'd been like writing it since like 1970, 1969, and just had never been able to get it published because it was like, oh no, it's gay.
Yeah,
And also really dark.
Post-student movement era, I can imagine that being a
Yeah.
tough thing to get published in Japan.
Yeah, she also, if I'm not mistaken, she wrote In the Sunroom, which is like generally considered the first boys' love title, like, ever, like, of note, published like in an actual like magazine back in 1972 or something like that. Like, she's an OG, basically. And also, like, this OVA is from the 80s, but it's like, it's got that super 70s shoujo look to it. like everyone has really big eyes and is really like swoosh, and they're like, you know, flowing sleeves. And
Why
like,
does every single pot have a spider in it this run? That's like the third or fourth one.
I don't know.
I think you do, though.
Ooh, chicken.
Yes.
You make him explode, he's full of chicken.
Yeah. Just like normal people. Fuck me running.
Well, you are running now, so... Throw the pot at it!
It's not gonna do anything, Shredney, you know that.
I know, but I like saying things like this.
I know you do, Shredney. I know you do. This is a problem.
Yeah, it really is. You just keep running back and forth.
Yeah, okay, cool. Whatever.
Oh my fucking god.
I'm not gonna get upset at anything today because Trump lost the election, and that's what matters.
That's a good mood. It's a mood. It's good. Yeah, and you know what? And he's probably, and you know, in you know what? And better yet, you know what? In January, you just know they're gonna ban him from Twitter.
You have much more faith in Jack Dorsey than I do.
I mean, I'm just saying.
I would like them to.
I mean, like, granted, I'm not totally sure on that front, but I'm hoping. Because the fact that they have been more and more, like, sticking, like, flagging his things, and it's like, everything he's done, he would have been banned, like, years ago, were he not literally the president.
Special privileges is apparently the news. I don't know what that means, really. Twitter is very back and forth about this kind of thing.
I mean, here's the thing.
Partly because Jack Dorsey is deluded that his website is like the great public forum of the modern era, when instead it is mostly a place that people like me are like, you know, they post a picture of like an anime character holding another anime character at gunpoint, and they say, post your JoJo opinions that make people react like this.
Yes, exactly. Oh god, what are my JoJo opinions that would make people react like that?
Here's my JoJo opinions. I've, like, not really ever properly experienced the series, so I don't have any.
Okay.
I watched some episodes of the Part 1 anime, and then a bunch of people were like, no, you're supposed to start with Part 3
no, that's
or whatever.
Bullshit. That's actually...
And then I read some of the Part 3 manga, and I liked it. But then other people were like, no, you have to start with Part 1 in the manga. And then I read Part 1 of the manga, and I thought it was trash. So I, like, haven't bothered going back
like,
to
so, honestly, I am going to say the hottest take. Parts 2 and 4 are better than Part 3. Fuck you.
I mean, I liked the Part 1 anime.
Yeah.
And I liked the Part 3 manga. I did not like the Part 1 manga, but, like, the real diehard JoJo fans that I was talking to at the time were very insistent that you're supposed to read the manga from Part 1, and I just didn't feel like doing that.
I mean, I get where they're coming from, but that's also, you should also watch the show from Part 1. Like, if you're
that's
gonna,
what I
like,
did,
go
and
out
then
that
people
way.
were like, no.
But that's because they think that Part 3 is the part where, you know, like, because it introduces stands and, you know, therefore it's like more accessible, and it like drops some of the early installment weirdness, if you will. But at the same time, it's just not.
Don't just use troper words and think you can get away with it.
Okay, I admit my crimes, but it's a good description of what is the case with the first two section, the like just beginning weirdness, where stuff that doesn't apply later it happens. But at the same time, I'm gonna say this is that just going by the anime, the first two parts are kind of just better than part 3 to me. Like, part 3 is okay. The part 1 is like, okay, it's about.
I love.
like, part
Okay,
3 is fine.
Shredney,
Yeah,
you are one of my best friends. You know this.
yeah.
So it is with nothing but love in my heart that I say, I love how I explicitly said that I don't really have any strong opinions on this series, and you proceeded to do the thing that every JoJo fan I have ever spoken to has done, which is give me, in detail, your opinions on the series.
Which is ironic because I don't actually have really strong feelings on it.
Strong enough to give them to me unsolicited, apparently.
Yeah, but at the same time, yeah, that's the thing I think about JoJo's, is even when you don't have especially strong feelings about it, you have stronger feelings than most people have about things they like.
I guess it's just like that. Like,
Yeah.
Monogatari or something.
Oh, yeah. And I have opinions on Monogatari.
My opinion on Monogatari is that I largely like it, despite its problems.
That is a fact.
Well, I largely like what I've seen. The other thing about Monogatari is that there's a fucking lot of it, so I haven't seen all of it.
Yeah, I have not seen
JoJo's
all of it,
Bizarre
but
Circus.
I'm gonna be honest, with the exception of Tsukiji Phoenix, which is kind of a mess, I've liked basically everything I've seen of it.
I am...
Oh, and I
don't
guess,
know.
like...
I don't know why I threw down the thing and the arrow didn't come out. What the fuck?
Oh, and I guess,
I
oh god, what's the...
broke it.
Yotsugi Doll, I think it is, I'm not as keen on. Which is unfortunate, because in both of those cases, because I like Tsukiji and Yotsugi as characters, but Tsukiji Phoenix
like
isn't
him.
really about her.
That did it funny.
But, like, yeah, it's...
like,
But Tsukiji is way more interesting in other parts of the show.
You ever think about the fact that, like, Nishio Ishin,
Uh-huh.
good writer, I'd say, weird batting average.
Yeah, like...
Guy wrote
So-
Medaka Box. What's up with that?
And Junie Tyson.
Yeah. Fucking
And,
Zodiac War.
And also, but also, Kubikiri Cycle and, like, Monogatari, of course.
Did you know that there is a manga that crosses over all of the Nishio Ishin characters, and that Nishio Ishin does not write this manga?
Oh my. That is a very Nishio Ishin thing
It's-
to do that.
I've read the like 3 chapters of it that are available in English. Seems like a fine, like... It's not quite like Carnival Phantasm levels of wacky, but that sort of thing if you really like
Yeah.
Nishio Ishin stuff.
Also, isn't there a thing at some point in Magia Record that involves characters from Monogatari?
That was in the game, and that he had no involvement with that. I don't think that was just
Still, that
because,
is funny.
because Shaft like has like a deal with them, so they can
Yeah, that
use his
makes
characters
sense.
sometimes.
I'm trying to figure out, like, oh god, there were some other things that Nishio Ishin has done that I'm, like, forgetting right now. But, like, yeah, like, that the first...
Do you think Nishio Ishin would be a better or worse president of the United States than Joe Biden?
Oh god, that's hard to say, isn't it? What are Nishio Ishin's politics?
I don't know.
Like, honestly, Monogatari gives me, like, I would say vague right libertarian vibes, but, like, not to an extreme degree.
I don't know. Like,
It's hard to say.
his stuff is so, like, on some level I feel like this is a cop-out, but like, bear with me here. I feel like on some level his stuff is so removed from reality that it's sort of hard to make those kinds of judgments about
That's
it based on his
fair.
work.
Yeah.
Like, you can read things in
Into
his
them.
work various ways. And I think there's a plurality of ways that you could do it where you'd have reasonable textual support. I don't know what of those, if any, is intended on his part.
That is true. I mean, there are some things that, like again, I've mentioned this about Hana Monogatari, Tsuruga Devil, is that it shows a surprising amount of insight to me in terms of kind of getting what it's like to be in the closet.
Yeah,
and I find
like,
that interesting.
I've heard other people put forward that opinion. To be honest, I don't really share it, but like, I at least understand where it comes from.
It's just, I guess,
like,
maybe
if
you have a very specific set
Wow.
of experience. Oh, ouch. It feels like a thing that you derive from a very particular set of experiences.
Yeah, I don't know.
Sense.
And he's like pretty private, right? So I don't think much about him
Yeah.
is really known.
No.
Although not as much as the guy that writes fucking the Magical Index series,
Huh.
who is like
That scans.
he's not like a shut-in or anything, but I think we know like his name and that he is part Brazilian, and that's it.
Huh. Interesting. That sort of reminded me of how...
Actually, the guy that wrote Death Note is really reclusive. Some people think it was two people, because their other major work is Bakuman, which is about being a writer-artist manga duo.
I mean, there were two people noted working on Death Note. One was the artist, one was the writer. And they've done a lot of work together. Last I checked.
I don't think that's the case.
I'm pretty sure it was
I mean,
I can't remember their names.
Maybe it was the writer specifically that people thought was two different people.
Yeah, well, I assume as much. Yeah, that makes sense. So, what was I gonna say? But yeah, with I was just reminded that thinking about how Inio Asano, who is the
Sugami Oba is the guy that wrote
Sugami,
Death Note.
illustrated by. It mentions a different.
No, it does not. Written by.
Yes, it is.
Illustrated by.
Takeshi Obata.
Oh, okay. They just have very similar names. So I thought it was the same name twice. That's my mistake.
Oba and Obata. Takeshi Obata has done a fair amount of work with Sugami Oba, I think, and with a handful of other people.
Writing and artist setup also shared by the guy that wrote and the guy that drew fucking Magical Girl Spec Out Sasuke.
Oh no.
And also the 3 or 4 other things they've done together, which I've not read, but I can't imagine that...
Edgy.
I can't imagine that Death Note, but instead of the Death Note he's got a gun, is a particularly compelling manga. Not to be rude about it or anything, but,
But yeah, Inio Asano is, I am pretty sure, it's not, confirmed in, a very open way, but they use gender-neutral personal pronouns or avoid them when possible.
Who's that again?
The writer of Solanin and, Goodnight Punpun.
Oh, yeah.
And something
yeah,
that
everyone's
one,
favorite manga.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're some shade of non-binary.
Yeah.
They're fairly private, but again, it's like very much a situation where a lot of the people who are like directly translating interviews and things with them like tend to avoid gendered pronouns because they don't use them. It scans. And then you also have like very private people like Haru Itagaki, who does Beastars, who again is, I think, is it Keisuke? Can't remember his first name. Itagaki's daughter, but that's like basically anything anyone knows. And she wears a chicken mask.
Yeah.
She's on Twitter. And like,
but that doesn't necessarily mean anything.
She mostly shares fan art and makes jokes.
You know who's a mangaka that I follow on Twitter?
Who?
Allison Airlines, who is a weird motherfucker.
Who's Allison Airlines again?
He's not a professional mangaka. He's a doujin artist.
Yeah. Okay.
Mostly does Toho work with.
Oh, okay.
Like. Probably his most well-known thing is The Immortal Who Lived to See the End of the Universe, which is about the character of Moko, who, as stated in the title, is immortal, surviving the heat death of the universe and what that entails. It's very weird. He's also done
I can imagine.
Several like one-shot stories that are drug trips as projected onto Toho characters.
Fun.
Including one that was about Marissa taking that fucking, I forget what it's called. It's like it comes from a cactus. It's a very masculine.
Peyote. Yeah, mescaline or peyote is the plant.
Like a very potent psychedelic. He's a very odd guy, and I always, run his tweets through the old D-Bell when they show up on my timeline.
And then there's also Tsukumizu, who they are, behind Girls Last Tour and the weird school life alternate universe version of that.
I wasn't finished talking about Allison Airlines and how he wrote like a 30 tweet endorsement of Kanye West for president. Guy is like
on another level.
Like most people, I'd be mad at that, but it's just like the guy lives in another universe.
He lives dangerously.
The other day, or actually this was a few weeks ago, he was like, when you think about it, Conception is a lot like NTR. And I didn't read any more of the tweet because I just...
You mean Conception as in the video game?
No, as in, like, the process, biologically.
As in the process of having the kid?
Yeah.
Oh my.
I don't fucking know what he was on about either.
Oh my. It's a lot like Netorare.
It's like, yep, buddy, it sure is. Whatever you say.
You're being cucked by your own child.
I don't, like... Dudes are really strange. Like, I
love that.
He also writes web novels, which are sadly not available in English, which sucks because they all have titles like fucking The Shrine Maiden of the Volcano and the 30,000 Katanas of Death and shit like that.
Yes!
I believe that is an actual example. I tried to recall.
Oh man, that's beautiful.
From memory as best
but
I
yeah,
can.
like...
He like sells art prints and stuff too.
But yeah, like... there are some very... What do people know about Domen Seimon?
His pen name.
That's it?
Like, somebody did some digging once, and it came out that he used to be an assistant for some like middlingly famous sci-fi mangaka in the 90s whose name is escaping me.
Huh.
But beyond that, like, Downward Simon is Downward Simon. That's all anyone really knows.
Yeah, that's another enigma, is why I brought it up.
I follow him on Twitter too. He mostly just posts his drawings.
Yeah, makes sense.
Does a lot of fan art, and often of things that you would not necessarily expect.
That makes sense.
A lot of Tokyo
sort of like
art too.
Oh, that was just reminding me of the time that Yoshitoshi Abe posted Ore-emo fan art.
You know,
like you do.
That shit, like, I've never seen it. I think I would not enjoy it even slightly. The show was weirdly popular.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. I guess people thought it was, like, funny or something. I don't know.
I mean, from what I can tell, apparently some of the side characters are surprisingly compelling.
Yeah, you know.
Like, you know...
I will say the fact that it is only ended, like, 3 or 4 years ago?
Yeah, like, Kuroneko comes up a lot.
Like a couple... Like, it didn't end that long ago. The fact that people don't really talk about it anymore, I feel like that kind of speaks to the kind of appeal it had. You know? But maybe I'm just not in the right circles. I don't
people
know.
like Kuroneko, or the idea of boinking their sister one or the other.
You know. As you do, I guess.
Oh dear. But, yeah. Also, with that kind of thing, that there's often, like, the soap opera element.
I guess, you know, that is one thing, like, I think that's what Heinz, or was it Heinz? It was somebody I talked to regularly. It was like, yeah, it's not really like a good show, but I kind of am enjoying following Rent-A-Girlfriend because it's just so dumb. Like,
yeah,
you know, I get that.
Yeah, it's like, again, it's like it is a soap opera thing essentially. It's like, yeah, this is stupid, but I take glee in its stupidity.
Reminds me of when I used to fucking read fucking Honeyworks comics. There's a
oh my
for the 3 of you on the planet who know what that is. Honeyworks.
You know,
there was a couple things on that.
It's in the same. It's in the same.
Mold.
Look, real talk. I've read questionable doujinshi for the plot before, for that exact reason.
You know,
like, because, oh wow, this is fascinating trash.
Trashinating, as they say.
I mean, I guess someone does.
Yeah, someone like me, the ultra super high fidelity genius from Dimension X.
Yes, Chuni-san.
Hey, look.
I'm in this picture and I don't like it.
If I'm gonna make this VTuber thing at work at some point, I gotta get practice in somewhere. Should probably work on not sounding like this gestures to self first, but you know.
I mean,
I don't know. People tell me I have a nice voice. I don't believe them.
you have a cute voice.
Maybe you think so. You're entitled to your opinion.
Yes, I am.
I'm gonna throw a rock at him. I'm gonna throw a rock at him again. Fuck, I missed.
I'm gonna throw a rock at him again. Fuck, I missed.
Ah, fuck, I can't believe you've done this.
Oh no! Oh no!
I suppose I deserved that.
Your hubris has destroyed you.
It happens to the best of us.
Indeed. And to you.
Yeah, I already said the best of us. I have many resolutions for next year, but fewer self-deprecating jokes and more self-aggrandizing jokes is one of them.
Yeah, self-aggrandizing jokes can be fun. It's just I'm not very good at them.
Well, you know. Need to stop doing that also. Just, well, you know, with no follow-up.
Well, you know. I mean, it occasionally works very well to sum up a, you know, conclusion
well, you know
that
what
does
they
not
say.
need to be stated. What do they say?
Toasters don't go in a toast. Bread does. Wow, I fucked that up. Toast doesn't go in a toast.
Toasters don't go in a toast. Bread does. I mean, you're kind of right.
Secondly, it's actually an antique radio. So a fun fact about me,
Yeah.
and I think that, like, unironically, I think that this might be why I, like, my media memory is really bad as an adult. When I was a child, I had a bunch of VHS tapes of Ed, Edd n Eddy episodes that I had recorded. Or, well, my mom recorded them for me off of Cartoon Network.
Well,
And I watched those episodes so much that to this day, I have like several entire episodes of the show memorized front to back.
that's actually impressive.
You'd think, right? But like, it's not, like, nobody cares, and I never have an opportunity to demonstrate this knowledge. So it's just like,
I mean,
it's just kind of an ambient fact about me.
I mean, to be fair, I don't really have any, like, chance to, you know,
Flex on them?
like, my manner of flexing on them would be, like, I don't know, like, I can remember the set lists to live recordings of Swans from the 80s.
Yeah, okay, that is
And-
even more niche than mine.
It's like nobody fucking cares.
You know?
Like, I can, yeah, stuff like that, or, oh, you know, like, or 80s, 90s, like, you know, oh, yeah,
Really?
they played this particular song, like, 3 times on this particular tour, out
Now-
of, you know, like, 50 dates.
Now here's what I want you to know, Trinity.
Uh-huh.
Toast doesn't go in a toaster. Bread does. And it's actually an antique radio. Spin it, Ed, and learn.
I quickly need to use the bathroom. I shall be back in
Okay.
a sec.
You guys like the Ed, Edd n Eddy episode 2 + 2 = Ed? I do. Probably my favorite episode of the series. If you've never seen it, I recommend it. Like the rest of that show is, well, I really like it because I watched it when I was young. I don't know how well it's aged, really. Like, I don't think it's aged as badly as some of the Cartoon Network originals from that time period. But like, you know, there's some rough elements, some what is essentially like kidified misogyny, with that whole running thing about the Kanger sisters. But outside of those problems, I think it's largely a fun show. But even if you don't like the rest of it, you should give 2 + 2 = Ed a shot. Because it is one of the more, like, just weird and creative episodes of a American. Well, I get technically Ed, Edd n Eddy in Canada, but like Anglosphere cartoon from that era that I'm aware of. It's a good series. But that episode in particular is really it's something special. I think that to be honest with you, like I think that one of the reasons I like weird anime comedies so much is because of that episode. Like there's really not anything anime-y about it. It's just like a lot of anime is kind of a similarly surreal, sort of weird sense of humor. Especially stuff like Honey Pony Dash, which is like one of the first anime comedies I was really into.
How you doing, chat? Are you winning, Jane?
No.
Oh.
Ahoy! Anyway. I was talking about 2 + 2 = Ed, my favorite episode of Ed, Edd n Eddy.
Isn't that the one where, like, they break reality?
Yeah! It's a good episode.
Yeah, I remember, like, not a ton of that one, but, like, I don't think I saw the whole thing, but I was, like, I really enjoyed what I saw of it because I always liked those sort of weird, trippy episodes.
You should check it out sometime. It's only
like there was
long.
Like, there was a really good one of those from Angry Beavers, which involved, like, one point one of them, like at one point one of them wills a babbling brook into existence.
Oh man, I hate it when I do that.
And it's just like, that's all. It's like this empty void and a babbling brook. There's all just... Actually, Angry Beavers in general is a frankly underrated and bizarre show.
You know, it's
Oof.
Alright, give me a second to stretch my fingers while I consider whether I want to keep playing this despite all you know, any and all semblance of it being a good idea having gone out the window long ago, or if I want to try something else. What do I have installed? Yo, I have Subnautica installed. I wonder if that would stream well. You ever watch me play Subnautica, Shredney?
I have. Also, Terraria is there.
Terraria is there. Not really feeling Terraria right now. Also, it doesn't stream that well for some reason.
That's valid.
What do we got here? Give me a minute, chat. I'll figure something out. Civilization 6. Thank you. Subnautica.
Oh my god,
Simulator.
Oh my god, Super Hexagon.
I do own that game. I'm not going to stream myself playing Super Hexagon because I don't hate myself much. That was needlessly dark. Anyway, yeah, fuck yeah, let's try streaming Subnautica. We'll just stream it in creative mode. I don't really like actually playing the game of Subnautica. I just like enjoy exploring the ocean in it.
That sounds nice.
It is until it's not. Because there's mysterious things deep in the water.
I know.
Should buy the expansion for this at some point too. I'm not gonna do it.
Deep water kind of scares the shit out of me, honestly.
Yeah, me too. It's terrifying, yo.
Just, you know, the endless darkness beneath.
I hear it. Okay. Don't worry, folks. It's firing up. Right hand to God, I almost said firing the laser. I don't know why. The dream is collapsing. We're good? Okay, we're good. Graphics.
graphics.
Hold on. You tell me this game doesn't run in a window? There's no fucking way. Okay, here we go. Full screen. This doesn't seem to be one of those ones where I can just freely resize it to whatever size I'd like it to be, which is, a little annoying. Like, I get you want to preserve the... What the hell is this?
What even is this shit?
Hold on, can I, like, stream my screen for a second? I want to show you guys this. Do I have a monitor thing in here already? I don't. Somebody remind me to leave this up. Display capture. Please just look at this for a second, okay? Not that. This is a size that the game can run in.
Yeah.
Why? Why that? 1440 by 680.
By 480, I thought it said.
Yeah, isn't that what I said?
You said 680, which is a
no, that's wrong.
very different number.
Yeah.
But still, that would still be a ridiculous ratio.
Someone at work has a monitor in that size?
Yeah, it's like, it's
Why?
a fucking letterbox shape.
For what?
For playing Subnautica, I guess.
Apparently. I'm just gonna... yeah, there we go.
Yeah, but now it's covering the chat.
No, hold on.
Oh,
Do
neat.
you see?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, like... Get rid of this one. We'll just start a new creative mode game.
Okay, it's right there.
Yeah. We're just gonna poke around the ocean for a while. No. Got me hoping. Poke around the ocean. Oh yeah, I forgot it takes like an hour to start a new game of Subnautica.
I was thinking of Arthur Russell's song "Platform on the Ocean," which is nice. It's good.
He showed me.
Yeah.
Whenever I reference a song, you're always like, what if actually this more obscure song?
I mean, true. Well, I mean,
and then you're gonna
but
be
that's
like,
because, but that's because DNC.
as far as Arthur Russell songs go, etc., etc.
No, like in terms of Arthur Russell songs that people would actually know, there's
like swimming, probably, right?
Yeah, Let's Go Swimming, Wild Combination. And like maybe some of his Dinosaur L stuff, which was really influential on house music. You know, like In the Corn Belt, which is a weird fucking song.
Hey.
It has Larry Levan on it, who was like the DJ of Paradise Garage, which is where both the term, like, he was one of the inventors of house music, but also Paradise Garage is where the term garage music comes from, if I'm not mistaken. Like, and this was like back in the fucking late 70s, early 80s, that he first started, you know, like DJing. Paradise Garage was literally a garage, by the way. It was a former parking garage that was turned into a nightclub, dance club, which was popular with gay black and Puerto Rican dudes. And also, you know, like, basically just anybody from that area who was into, you know, dancing in the middle of the night in a place that may or may not be legal.
Yeah.
And that's kind of like, that's where disco went after all the straight people stopped being into it.
I do want to just, like, I'm not trying to be rude, but I'm undergoing extreme overstimulation at the moment. I kind of forgot that it throws about 4 trillion paragraphs of text at you every time you
Ooh, I'm sorry.
a thing in this game. How do I make... How do I make the, How do I make the thing? Mobile vehicle bay. That's probably what I want. I want the submarine. That's what I'm trying to do. So we can, like, you know, ocean without limits. I don't know why they don't just give you the submarine, to be honest, but it's not my... Oh, I already had one. Okay, fine.
So you have two.
How do you do something in this game again? Should be in water to deploy sub-bay. Okay, fine.
Now I am Mother Nature's son.
Now I'm in the water. Are you happy, game? Because if you are, you don't sound happy. I don't know why you gotta be so judgy about it, video game. Yeah.
What do you think is the best known Lou Reed song that isn't Walk on the Wild Side?
I don't know anything about Lou Reed. I am the wrong person to ask.
Fair point. Okay, chat, just help me.
Perfect Day.
Oh yeah, actually, excellent point.
Did it actually make the thing? Doesn't look like it did. What's going on here? Vehicle bay. Vehicles. Seamoth. Here we go. Look weird.
Wow. So they have like matter making thingamajiggies.
Oh, the reason I didn't see the other one is because it fell into the water. That makes sense.
Oof.
Anyway, we're now free to
travel.
Yeah.
But yeah, like
do feel free to tell me to poke around a specific thing if you want. If you see something that you think is interesting, Shredney.
Yeah, like in terms of his most well-known, yeah.
Shredney.
Yes.
Did you get any of that?
Yeah, just tell you where to poke around if you're, doing the thing.
If you're so inclined, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Ooh, there's pretty red grass, anemones,
seagrass of some sort. It looks like
kelp.
Yeah.
Kelp.
Did
you know that kelp is like not technically a plant?
Yeah. No, I remember here. It's it's more closely related to algae, right?
Yeah, I babbled about this back in the day. It's like more closely related to algae and to a lesser extent protists. Like
Yo, check out these guys.
Oh, is it like a big tentacle whale thing?
Yeah.
Huh. Neat. It's like a mushroom, but it's an animal. Oh, are they filter feeders?
Maybe? I'm not sure.
That makes sense. I mean, they have like big swoopy mouths.
Probably get a scan on it. Is this the right utility? Is this the right thing? It's not. Where's the fucking... Hold on. There's a... Do I not have a scanner on me? Stasis habitat builder. Okay, well I will go back to the drop pod and we'll make a scanner
so we can tell what this is.
I accidentally took a screenshot. That's not what I meant to do.
But so yeah, like gulp. But yeah, so yeah, like in terms of albums, like yeah, everybody knows Transformer, everybody knows Berlin, everybody knows Metal Machine music exists. But like yeah, in terms of songs, like I mean, it came to mind because of the fact that like in watching this, I immediately thought of from Transformer the song "I'm So Free," which is not as well known, but it has a bit where he talks about having been a being with horns and fins at some point.
Yeah.
It's a long story. It seems to be about a character that has literally lived since like the beginning of time.
You know, we've all been there.
We've all been there. But yeah, like Perfect Day,
Scanner,
yeah,
here we
makes
go.
sense as a very well-known song.
The scanner can be used
And,
to
like,
synthesize
everybody
documents
knows Welcome
from
to Wild
salvaged
Side.
technology and to record alien
But yeah, like,
biological
if you're
data.
counting Velvet Underground stuff, but then again, actually, Velvet Underground stuff is probably not as well-known outside of, like, music nerd circles. Like, although in those circles, very well.
Yo, what was this? What's your deal? A friend.
Friendo!
It's been long enough that since I've played this game that I've kind of forgotten what most of the fish in it look like.
So that's a scanning
Yeah.
things that are alive
Yeah.
and telling you what they are.
You have to like.
It's a
hold
rabbit
it-
ray,
Hold it for a certain amount of time though.
but they're very fast.
Yeah.
Is a
There
problem.
we go. Press the
Okay.
back button.
Herbivorous aquatic life form. Serene and solitary lives.
And awesomely poisonous flesh.
Wow. So don't eat them, but say hello.
Yeah.
The big eyes on the sides of their head remind me of cows.
Well,
Well, also of rabbits.
like cows, they are adorable.
Yes. Cows are very good. Did you know that cows can smell fire 5 miles away?
Huh.
Yeah, they have incredibly, powerful sense of smell. And generally very good instincts when it comes
Yo.
to stuff like fires
These guys.
and scary stuff.
Check out
Ooh.
these guys.
These are scary.
Yeah.
What are they?
I forget what they're called, but they're like, sort of similar to sharks.
Like hammerhead sharks, almost?
Yeah. In terms of like,
Life on this planet grows in
yeah,
unusually
thank you for
distinct
that,
and
PDA.
diverse
Can I turn you off? I guess not. That's annoying.
ecological biomes. Further study recommended.
Ooh, actually more like barracudas with those long mouths.
Yeah. Well, I meant like in terms of ecological niche.
Yeah.
Than anything
Yeah,
else.
like that they filled the shark barracuda. What is it called? Those ones that look like they have a saw for a face niche. I'm not talking about like swordfish. I'm talking about the ones that have like the teeth.
Aren't they actually just called sawfish?
Something like that, yeah. Like the ones with the really fucking nasty looking faces that will they'll eat you. They'll eat you.
There's lots of things. Like, even though we're in creative mode and they can't actually hurt me, the predators in these environments still will try to attack me. I think I just
Yeah, I get
hit
you.
a fish.
What are those whooshy things? Like, I get that there are some that are like little fish type things, right?
Where?
But then there are other things that seem more like just like these weird
These?
wibbles in the air.
These things?
Not in the air, the water. Well, there are those. What are those exactly?
I forget what they're called, but I do
But-
remember them from when I last played the game.
But are those little like tremors in the water just like bubbles of air, or what?
What tremors?
The like white lines that show up, like ooh,
Oh, I think that's just like
air
Whoa.
bubbles from you moving.
Whoa, yeah. Check out this guy.
Oh, what's this motherfucker? Let's say hello to him, or her, or them. They're big and scary.
Yeah. Sand shark. Oh yeah, they're called the squiggly fellas are called boomerang fish, I think.
Woo!
As GoBusto points out.
They're very cute and
Yeah.
tiny.
And an
Oh.
important food source, presumably.
Probably.
You can eat them? Yeah.
What was I gonna say?
Coral.
Did you know that deep in, trenches, like oceanic trenches, there are, these things that they look like gray coral, right? Which are about, like, maybe a foot in diameter and stuff?
Uh-huh.
They're actually the outgrowths of a single-cell organism.
Oh, why?
There's, like, this type of... There are
Oh, are
different
you
types
talking
of, like...
about, stomolites, are they called?
No, those are different. Those are like, clusters of algae that sort of form into, that's a bunch of little single-celled organisms that form like a coral. This is literally one cell that's maybe the size of, like, I don't know, surprisingly fucking big. Like, like the size of a, what is it called? Like a grain of pepper.
Which is enormous for a cell, yeah.
Which is enormous for a cell. And there are those, like, further up that look like little grapes that, like, float around and they live off of nutrients in the water.
Yeah, no, I've heard of these things that you're describing.
But there's, like, a different strain, like, completely of, like, weirdly large single-cell organisms that they grow, like, an exterior almost shell that's, like, it looks like gray coral. And it's at way deep in the trenches, like often near black smokers, the same place where tube worms grow.
Well, that definitely just splattered a boomerang fish all across
Aww.
the field. I'm sorry, buddy.
Poor little buddy.
Ocean's a big place, but they tend to like swimming directly in front of me.
Oh, they want to be your friend, and they come too close.
I don't know if it's that, or if it's more, fish that school don't tend to be the brightest bulbs in the ocean.
I mean, both are true, arguably.
Oh, here's another sand shark.
Yikes. It looks like like a pill bug crossed with your worst nightmare.
Yeah. It's a hungry fella.
Yeah.
They like, this is mentioned if you scan them, I think, but I think their thing is that they like to, they burrow in the sand.
Ooh, what's that? It's pretty. It's a thing that was moving fast and it was like almost dragon-like. That.
You mean these guys?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, very pretty.
Yeah. It's called a ghost ray. Yeah, that sounds right.
They're terrifying, and I like them.
I think these are herbivores, actually.
Passing 100 meters.
Let's hop out.
Okay.
Efficiency decreased.
See if we can,
The biomass in this area is dominated by plant life, picking up faint Alterra vehicle signatures.
Oh, it's a jelly ray.
Jelly ray.
Boop.
Where did my...
Indigene.
There we go.
Herbivore. Okay. Species. Low light environments. Ward away predators. You can't eat them.
Yeah.
What do they eat?
Maybe these weird mushroom things?
That makes sense.
Do you think about peepers? I do.
Oh my god! Wow! Oh my god! Wait, we should, could we look, oh, it turns out the jelly ray is a herbivore.
Yeah.
They were grazing. Oh.
Yeah, that's what it's probably like out of the grass or these weird mushroom things.
Possibly both. Although, it is worth noting, here's a weird... I always found it weird about fungus, that fungus is actually more closely related to animals than to plants.
Yeah, in a very broad sense. That seems less weird when you learn about the various kinds of animal that are surprisingly plant-like, such as
Yeah.
why is the term escaping me now? Tunicates.
Oh yeah, like the tubes,
Yeah, well,
which
there's
are actually
tunicates
they're-
come in all shapes and sizes, but all
Oh,
of
yeah,
them look
in the
very strange.
yeah, or the ones that are like little.
Whoa!
What is it called? They go squish. They're like
You seeing
uh,
this?
yes, but oh, what are they
Volcanic
called?
activity. Let's go in.
Oh
We can't be
my!
harmed because we're in creative mode, so we could just hang out in here. We can get stuck though. Let's try not to do that.
But oh, they're called sea squirts. Sea squirts are a type of tunicate.
Yeah, sea squirts.
But I was thinking of lancets, which are little tube animals,
Yeah.
and they're actually very closely related to vertebrates. They're also chordates.
Yeah. I think, if I am not mistaken, tunicates are the group of animal closest related to us who are
Detecting
not
volcanic activity and
vertebrates.
several unusual
Yes.
electromagnetic signatures.
Yo, what is
Yeah, they're like
this?
Exercise
they are
caution
the
and
I don't think
oldest
I've seen
form
this
of
one before.
chordates.
Whoa.
Who is this big scary friend?
What is electric?
Electric friend.
I have an inkling that this is a predator of some sort.
A very large one.
Yeah.
Passing 200 meters.
Yes, I know, the oxygen deficiency. It doesn't matter, I'm in creative mode.
It's like being God.
And peel. Okay. I mean, that's pretty on the nose, but I suppose whatever works. There's an entrance to the underground area here where I am. Okay, I'll keep an eye out for it.
Okay.
We're not really trying to do anything in particular, but like, we'll head down there.
Carnivores, the ampule. It is powerful and inquisitive. It has electrical prongs on its torso. It has a large, flexible jaw. If a faster, stronger, and hungrier predator lives on the reefs, it appears to avoid the ampule.
Something, apex predator.
I mean, it is funny if there is a faster, stronger, it's like, oh, it probably avoids that one as well.
It would be a shocking
like-
situation.
I don't want to get into a Batman v Superman situation with you. Especially not if it
A Batman
results-
v Superman situation. I'm gonna
Especially not
describe things as that from now on.
results in a Zack Snyder movie. That wouldn't be great.
It's not this, right? This is just like the volcano.
This is a volcano.
Yeah. Okay.
Literally under the volcano.
Yeah. I've read like most of that book.
Yeah, I know.
It's a novel.
Yeah.
It's interesting. It's not a thing.
Oh,
that
it says
reads a
you're.
lot of-
It says we're still playing Spelunky on Twitch.
Oh, yo, I will fix that. Sorry about that. Apologies if you came here to see
Spelunky.
dope Spelunky gameplay. Although I was not exactly delivering on that front either, so
It was
I will edit the whatchamacallit.
like it was. Yeah, I mean,
So
Spelunky was happening.
it
It
was
was
happening.
to all. It was happening to all of us.
It was happening, like technically.
I mean, it was happening to all of us.
Yeah, I've gotten past Olmec and Spelunky 2 enough times that if I'm like dialed in, I can do it reliably. But that's not today, apparently.
Yeah.
So we're just poking around the ocean in creative mode in Subnautica.
Yeah, it's a nice thing.
It's
That is
relaxing.
nice.
Even when
It's
there's
very chill.
horrible hellfish that are trying to kill you.
Yeah.
They can't
You-
actually do anything in creative mode. They just
Yeah, you can just watch them.
bite at you ineffectually, like a.
That's reminding me of like some divers finding that like little sort of area in this one lagoon somewhere where there were just like a bunch of different species of shark just like sleeping together
Vibing.
on like shelves.
Yeah, it's called vibing.
Yeah, and it's like because of the fact that like water moves through there, so they don't have to move to breathe. They just kind of sleep there, and they have like little bunks. And there were like mako sharks, hammerheads, like ones that would normally actually try to eat you. Like most sharks don't. But like there are a handful of sharks that are reasonably aggressive.
Yeah, mako
but
sharks and bull sharks, right, are the two that are like actually pretty dangerous.
Yeah, and it's partly because they're very territorial.
Yeah.
Whereas like great whites are actually they basically don't give a shit.
Yeah.
And like then you have ones that don't even like
Yo,
nurse shark.
We're going down, down, baby. Your place
Oh
in the
my.
Range Rover.
And then just like
Whoa.
what are
That's
like
startling.
and then like nurse sharks are actually reasonably friendly, you know, insofar as you can describe sharks that way. Same with like whale sharks, but whale sharks don't even like eat
I like sharks.
things. I like sharks too. They're
Sharks
nice.
are important.
Sharks are good.
Ah.
But yeah, like nurse sharks will like the reason why people get
What
injured
about
by
kids?
oh
I
dear.
get it.
But like the main reason why people will get injured by like say nurse sharks is because they try to rub up against you to tell what you are because they're curious about you, and then they have like weird sandpaper skin, so they'll cut you by accident.
Oh, I know what that's a skeleton of.
Yikes.
I don't know if those guys, if we actually encounter any of those alive down here, but we might.
Ooh, it's goo.
Yo.
Oh wow.
Ooh. Ooh.
Oh, is that the thing that it was a skeleton of?
No. You're not friendly though, huh? Yeah,
that's-
you're territorial. You're gonna keep chasing me until I'm out of your
It's
aggro range.
An angry boy.
Yep, he's probably still back there. Yeah, there
Yeah.
he is.
He's just guarding his something.
Even in creative mode, people will say that Subnautica's not like Subnautica's not a horror game, but sometimes it is. And people will be like, "Oh, it's not that scary in creative mode." I disagree. It can still
It's
take
still
you quite by
eerie.
surprise. Ooh,
Like it's
sounds
still
like a silk-
eerie,
a
not
silk
necessarily
hat.
actively scary, but eerie.
Well, you do, you know, you get the occasional jump scare
And that's fair.
if you're like me and don't pay much attention. What the fuck was that? It's like a weird, rapidly vibrating little like skyfish looking thing. Do you
That's
guys
kind of
remember Skyfish? That when that was like a conspiracy theory?
No.
There were people, whoa. Hold up. Check out these boys.
Oh. It's a big ray.
Yeah. Whoa, hey, it's a warper.
Oh my.
Yeah, so I know these things. These are actually relevant to the plot,
Oh.
in as much as this game has one. Spoilers, if you have not played Subnautica and would like to play it unspoiled, starting here, you can mute, and I will try not to talk about this for too long. Warpers are not native organisms to this planet. They are aliens, and they like to teleport around and murder everything indiscriminately for mysterious reasons.
I mean, are they an introduced species?
Basically, yeah. There's this whole plot in this game about like the alien precursors that crash landed on this planet many millennia before you did.
Ah, so like the warpers are sort of like, you know, feral dogs that got out.
Essential. That's a good way to put it. Yeah.
And now they're essentially dingoes, but much worse.
Yeah.
Because dingoes are not aggressive. generally, unless they feel threatened.
Yeah, it's actually pointed out in the what are you? It's actually pointed out in like the scan file that warpers don't eat like they or if they do, they don't eat in a way that like is anything similar to what we and the organisms on this planet do. They just seem to murder things because it's like what they do.
Like sport.
Essentially, or like some kind of weird like leftover guard dog instinct is a
that makes
is another
sense.
possible explanation. That's just
Actually-
me spitballing. I don't actually know what the
Actually, that would make sense. Is like, you know,
what the fuck is that?
You could get out and scan it.
Like I could.
I would like you to. Please do.
Tredney, you ask a lot of me. You know that.
I know.
Hi,
It's just-
bud.
It's just a thing.
Whoa, hi? What the fuck?
Oh, it's a warper literally teleporting into.
Oh,
Oh, I am what you. Oh shit! Really?
I believe I have stumbled into the plot.
Oh no!
Alright, well, we'll come back. some other
Did
time.
we just stumble into the plot?
Yeah, that's doing
Oh,
some,
so the giant
some-
tentacle being is important.
Yeah, stumbled. We've accidentally engaged in some major sequence breaking, I think.
Oh no!
But that's okay.
Yeah, that's okay.
I kind of wish I had a teleport button because I don't really know how to get out of here.
Hmm. But yeah, actually, the guard dog thing makes sense. Is that they're trying to protect the base,
Yeah.
but they, like everything's dead.
There's a teleporter nearby? What? Really?
Huh? Neat.
I didn't know there were any of those in this game.
Oh, is it that green thing over there?
Maybe. There are buildings nearby. I mean, I see the one. Assuming that that is a building. Yeah, it looks like a building to me. Some buildings have teleporters in them. Okay. I don't think I knew that. Or if I did, I forgot. Oh, there's the building.
There's the building proper.
There's the building. I see the building.
Yeah, this is odd.
This is like pretty dope.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm being repelled by a force field. Do I have to get out and go in on foot? Yep, okay.
Apparently so. This
All
is the
right.
game end area. Oh no.
Well, I can't
we
get
really
in.
have sequence broken.
I can't get in because I don't have the tablet that it's asking for. So, we're gonna have to take the long way out, I think. That's all
yeah,
right.
just move backwards.
Yeah. This place is, like, pretty sick, by the way.
It is. But what were we talking about again?
That's a good question. Yeah, I'm not too worried about it. Getting back out is part of the fun. Yeah, I don't know. What were we talking about?
So I think
We were talking about the warpers. I don't remember what we were talking about before that.
yeah, and then we were saying that they're like an introduced species and they have weird guard dog instincts, which means they kill everything. And there's also like what else?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I think you're in a dead end. Oh, there's the way out.
I don't know if that is though. Actually, like, Oh wait, maybe no. It's this way. It's this way. I think.
Yeah.
It's gonna fucking try to talk to my brain again. Get out of here. I don't feel like doing this right now.
We'll be back.
I'll be back.
Oh my god. But, like...
Na, got me hoping. Volcano in the ocean.
Oh dear.
This seems to lead back to the building, so...
So, for a second I was thinking, what happened to DNC? And then I realized, oh yeah, that one Jonas brother went back to being one
Part
of
the Jonas Brothers.
the Jonas Brothers.
So, who can say,
Yeah.
really?
I don't really care for them. DNC, I mean, or the Jonas
I
Brothers.
thought Cake by the Ocean was an okay song. It's a very stupid song. But
Yes. Yes, it is. Yes, it very much is.
I don't always agree with Todd in the Shadows, but I liked his observation that the explicit version of that song, it just sounds like some kind
Way
of
worse.
weird, bizarro Kids Bop version where they
Of
just
its-
added a bunch of swearing for no reason.
Yeah! Like a Kids Bop version of itself. But in reverse.
Yeah.
Anyway, I have to use the bathroom again. I shall be back in a second.
Don't die.
I won't.
Good. I'm just kidding, of course. We all know that I control the speed at which lobsters die. Shredney's not a lobster, but you know what I mean. Sorry, bud. I like those alligator-looking dudes. By the way, for anybody who, is invested in Subnautica as a story, I do apologize. I'm sure this must be a bit frustrating. Because this is, not the way the game's intended to be played, really. But it's how I'm playing it, because I'm a stubborn weirdo who enjoys exploring environments. I wish there were more games like this, to be honest. I don't like that. Stop that. I can get into a good story when it's time to get into one. And I do like games like this, at least in theory, where the exploring is part of the story. But often I feel like I kind of run out of patience halfway through with the actual mechanical part, and just end up foregoing all that. No Man's Sky is a bit like Subnautica. I've played a little bit of that, although not much. Hello again, Shredney.
Hello. I apologize for belching slightly just there.
It's fine.
But, so... Okay, how many REM songs do you know?
Few? Why?
Because I just all of a sudden got So Central Rain stuck in my head.
Don't know that one.
So Central Rain.
Also, hey, a major apology to any of our viewers who have thalassophobia.
Thalassophobia.
Is that how you pronounce that?
Yeah, thalassophobia from Thalassa, who is the incarnation of the sea in Greek myth.
Yeah, y'all knew what I meant.
Yeah, thalassophobia. I have a certain degree of that, especially with very deep water, and I'm surprisingly okay with this because you can actually see things in it. Whereas when it's very, very dark, that is not good with me. That's bad.
Yeah.
I think part of it is just fear of darkness.
You know what's weird?
and void.
The actual ocean. I mean, okay, I've never dove in the ocean. I've never dove at all. So maybe I would feel very differently if I was in like the actual fucking sea. But like I watched like those live streamed exploration missions that one organization does, and I'm never bothered by that. I guess it's because they have a really powerful light on the submersible.
That's fair.
But for whatever reason, the deeper parts of Subnautica, I am like,
I think part of it, like, what freaks me out about, like, the really deep ocean is it's so big and empty and dark, and you're just alone in the void.
I mean,
it's just like,
yeah, I guess,
and anything could be there. That's the thing. It's even weirder than that, because anything could be there, and there are things you don't want to meet.
Yeah, like say that possibly.
Yeah, like that.
I mean that. I think that's actually friendly, believe it or not.
Oh
so,
yeah,
like,
I know. I was just
you know,
saying, like,
just as an
like
example.
that one I wasn't as bothered by because I thought, oh, that might be friendly actually. But
Yeah,
like,
I actually have genuinely no idea how to get out of here. We're like, I like keep running into ceiling. We're like in some kind of huge cavern.
yeah.
This is getting to be a little bit. We might have to play something else in a bit here.
This is content.
Anybody got that Fubuki picture? Now that's content. Shredney, I don't think you would actually like. I don't really know if you'd like actual like VTuber streams. I do think you might enjoy Hollow Graffiti, which is Hololive's like weird CGI shorts. The normal exit is actually near the floor. Okay, I will keep that in mind. It's their like weird CGI
Oh, here
shorts.
we're starting to get near
I think this might be it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's like
the pop-in is super fucking weird.
Yeah, the pop-in is just kind of a general problem with this game. For various reasons. But anyway, yeah, these weird CGI shorts. I think you might find them interesting, if nothing else.
I mean, there are some VTuber streams I would probably find pretty fun, because I do every once in a while just like watching people play video games.
That's fair.
Sometimes. I mean, I'm in a stream where I talk to a person whether they play a video game, and I do that once a week, or more than once this week because of events.
Yeah. Yo. Hey, bud.
That's very cool.
Yeah.
Neato.
Do these things... There's a couple, larger predators.
Continued degradation of the
Thing I wanted to mention that I was just thinking of, right? Was of how with, like, the weird dripping slime thing, you know, the what is it called? The like waterfall under the ocean?
Yeah.
Like how, yeah, that's an actual thing.
Yeah,
that
the,
happens.
like silt pools, I think they're called, or something.
Where they...
Like, there's actual, like, rivers on the bottom of the... It's very strange, yeah.
And, yeah, because of the weight of the water under... Like, there are different weights of water, so you'll get, like, lakes at the bottom of the ocean that are actually very deep, too, some of them.
Nah, got me hoping. Lake under the ocean.
There is water at the bottom of the ocean.
Letting the days go by.
Well, I was going to say, take the water from the bottom of the ocean, and then that happens after this. Yeah, carry the water. Yeah, exactly. From the bottom of the ocean. Yeah.
You know
that whole album is very good.
You know what's another thing that just occurred to me is probably like a reason you're not as bothered by this as I am, is you don't have any of the audio component.
Yes.
The audio in this game is
very upsetting.
Very atmospheric, and when you're down deep in the darkness, very, very freaky.
Oh, I
can imagine. A lot of these creatures emit, you know, low moans, ghostly wails, that kind
Oh
of
yeah,
thing.
I'd probably be very upset because
Screams, weird sucking sounds, like right there.
Oh, that's bad. Yeah, like the thing is, yeah, audio can be way more upsetting than just visuals. Like a good example, there's an album by a guy named Dave Phillips who is part of the loose collective known as the Schimpflochgruppe, who were formed in Switzerland during the 80s. And he made an album which the title is just a question. He kind of does stuff like that. Anyway, he does like sound collage, dark ambient stuff. And that album is just various sounds and weird things like moving around like the stereo field and recordings of very specific things in extreme clarity combined with more ambiguous sounds and manipulated sounds. And there are bits like where a door slams or like sounds like it's being slammed open and there's something there, you know what I mean? And it's just, it is some of the most upsetting music I've ever listened to.
Yeah, you know, anxiety noises.
Exactly. Big anxiety
Yo,
noises.
can you stop fucking roaring at me, ladies? I'm just passing through. Oh god, there's a fucking ghost leviathan over there. I do not like these things. I think these are one of the two where if they get too close to you, they actually grab your ship and shake it. Which is upsetting.
How rude.
The other ones are Reaper Leviathans, which unlike those, you cannot see coming a mile away, because they're one of the few creatures in the game that is not at all bioluminescent.
Oh.
So it's like, hey, enjoy.
Very rude.
Anyway, now I have to use the bathroom, so I'm gonna park the submersible right here, and I'll be right back.
Inside of the swamp.
Yeah.
So, like, what is there even to say? Just, hope everyone's having a good one. FDT, etc. Yay! Oh, a friend of mine got a job she was applying for, and she's really happy about it and didn't expect she would be. But is like, yes, it's very good. So that's nice, at least.
Hello.
Hello. So,
Yeah.
Eloise got this job that she interviewed for.
Oh,
So that's good. So I'm very happy for her. Apparently she actually, when she got the news, was actually way happier than she thought she would be. And was like, that's nice.
Yeah.
I'm happy for her. But yeah, so, what else was I thinking? I've just been thinking recently, and I've made jokes to this effect before, and this is probably super obvious from, like, having talked, you know, like our entire... What is that thing? Is it alive?
No, this is a building, I'm pretty sure. Or used to be.
It looks like a big animal.
Maybe it's fossil of some kind. Actually, this kind of looks like the thing that we encountered down in the volcano. Whoa.
Yeah, kinda.
What was
But
that?
yeah, it looks like a shell.
Yeah, I wonder if this is
Of
like a
something.
skeleton of one of them.
Oh yeah, it's got teeth.
Yeah, that's what it is. Might be able to see
But,
it.
I was-
Ooh, hello, sir.
What are you? What are you?
Unfriendly.
Yeah, I'm curious though. I want you to scan it.
How about you buy the game and you scan it if you're so fucking curious.
Oh, dear.
Not that I really have anywhere to go.
True.
Uh,
Scan this lad.
no. Oh god, there's more than one.
Scan the other lad.
Isn't that the worst thing? When you hear that there's more than one of anything bad.
Yeah, generally, yeah.
There is another.
There is another. Anyway, but I was just sort of thinking, in terms of self-aggrandizing jokes, that, like, I just sort of come to the realization that I'm one of those people who I'm like a walking stump the band contest.
What is Stump the Band?
A thing, well, traditionally, it is a thing where at say an open mic night or something, somebody gets on and people will yell songs or bands and they will play it, something by them from memory. And the contest is to stump the band.
I see.
But I like, the thing is, like, there was a whole thing where somebody, sort of like made up a band that doesn't exist during a conversation about a particular genre of music, and while I caught on that they, did not exist, somebody else was very quickly fooled. And then so it was like, and there was a YouTube link post which I think was actually a Rickroll.
I see.
And so
you know the rules, and so do I.
And it was like, it was like, I recognize that YouTube link by its, like it's the letters in it.
Yeah.
But then so it's like, oh crap. But then so my response was to actually, like, there were, people just started naming the most obscure bands they knew. So I was able to come up with two, and it was like, just like whether, the question was whether or not I was making them up. And it was like, yeah, I can believe that those are real. And they were both completely real. And I actually have opinions on them. And they sound fake.
Are you gonna tell us what they are?
The Metal Donut Band and Slashing in Your Slumber.
Those do sound fake. Especially
The Metal
Metal Donut Band.
The Metal Donut Band, like, I think the members mostly did other stuff. It was like a name for a one-off, like 12-inch single, and
one of those. Okay.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, the music isn't like jokey. They sound like Test Department.
Treadney, you have to know that I don't know who the fuck Test Department are. That doesn't help clarify anything.
Early industrial band. They were known for a lot of metallic percussion. Very left-wing political band. They did an oratorio about the shittiness of Margaret Thatcher called Pax Britannica. But yeah, like, they had the Metal Donut Band had a single called Laura and Order, because it sounds like law and order in a northern accent.
Yeah.
And it's definitely Test Department worship. And I think there were actually members of Test Department in this group, but nobody knows exactly who was in Test Department at any given time, because there were like
Oh,
10
this
members.
Is freaky.
This is pretty.
You know what's
fucking
wild is we're going up.
and it's more upsetting when we're going up.
We're like, not even. 100
Oh, because
meters
it's
from the
nighttime.
surface. Yeah, that's why. Here we go. Okay.
And there's no bioluminescence.
Warp.
You doing that vocal fry there actually made it more upsetting because it sounded like I was actually getting audio from the thing.
Me just saying warp.
Yeah, like going. You know,
I
like
think
I couldn't
half the
imitate
bands
it.
on Metal Archive sound like parodies of bands that would be on Metal Archives.
This is absolutely true. Metallum is a weird thing. Like, I also learned through Metallum that the place I used to live was Trooper, which is outside of Norristown in Pennsylvania.
You'll be a neutered John.
And it's very close to
On the seafloor suggests
oh my god. But anyway, it's extremely close to Eagleville. It turns out there was a thrash metal scene in Eagleville and to a lesser extent Trooper back in the 80s that I had never heard of. And there were a bunch of bands around there that played thrash metal in the 80s and only released like a demo or two apiece. But some of them either reformed or were still around into like the 2000s.
You know what that reminds me of? You ever heard of Dakota? Actually, yes, you have.
Yes.
Because you watched.
Because I watched that episode.
That Thought in the
yes.
Shadows episode. They were like a big deal in like the area that I grew up in. And
Yeah.
I'm saying that, but I learned that from that video because despite them being very popular, I had never heard of them before watching that.
Yeah, they're like
I have listened to some of their music since, and it is undeniably rock music.
Oh, that's sort of like. On the other hand, like so. Anyway, there apparently is actually a pretty substantial, like, experimental music scene in Philly. And also on top of that, there are actually a whole lot of really fucking weird metal bands that have come out of Philly over time. Like, and here's the thing. That shortly before, like a few months before the quarantine, there was a concert by one of them who I didn't know were from Philly until later. And I really like, were the band Cleric, who are a mathcore band. And they're really weird. And they had recently released a, their second album, which, like, there was like a 5-year plus gap between their albums or something. And they also released an album like a year after that, like, which was closer to when the show was, with John Zorn or something. Like, it was on his it was in a series that he curated for his Sadiq label.
Yo, look at this beautiful sunrise, though.
Yeah, but the thing that upsets me is and not only that, they were doing a concert with, like, I think, Prowess, who I also love, at a local venue, and I only found out about it a month after it happened. Oh, actually, it might have been even less than that, like a week after it happened. I was so pissed.
I have not been to a live concert since I went to see my friend Cody's band Atomic Fireball in high school.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a long time.
It's a long time ago. They never actually released any recorded material.
Oh.
They did a couple shows, including our high school talent show where they opened for the Boston Fresco, who I also also don't think ever released any recorded
Hey,
material.
Wait,
What?
one thing. Scan the big mushroom floaty boys.
Oh, sure. We'll do that, and maybe then we'll switch over to something else. I have a weird question.
Yeah?
How would you play it? How would you feel about some Half-Life? Just
Oh, wow. The whole thing is glowing.
yeah, scanning it. Reefback
The
Leviathan.
reefback Leviathan. It feeds exclusively on plankton-like life forms in water. Oh, yeah, so it's like a whale shark.
Mhm.
It's real big. Ah, and they live a very, very, very long time. So, they're like some kind of weird whale things.
Yeah, they're good boys.
Yes.
And the plants on the back are also
And barnacles.
scannable if you chose to do such a thing.
You know, it's weird to realize, like, it's kind of funny to think about how, like, they're, you know, like barnacles being not only a... Barnacles are weird, I guess is all I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Like, they're a type of mollusk, right? And they grow on everything.
Yep.
But it's like... They're like living rocks that are also actually, you know, living... You know, they're actually a serious problem in shipping and things because they will,
It is a
you know,
serious problem
destroy...
in Lake Michigan. We get a zebra barnacle infestation in there.
Yeah, and they'll, like, just destroy the hulls of things.
Yeah.
And
People
but
also used to think that they were where geese came from.
Huh.
That was
Yeah, I forgot
that
about
was
that.
a medieval superstition in parts of the world where neither of those animals were particularly common.
Makes sense.
Like, you
Like-
know, like Northern Europe and whatnot.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember something about barnacle
Aren't
geese.
skeletons technically just living rocks?
Eh.
Hey, Go Busto. Why this?
I mean, that why this is the eternal question to many different people. Oh, what's that?
It's a rock with some boys on it.
But it's a floating rock.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with that.
Maybe it's the boys.
I think that's
The boys
Whoa!
just bringing their rocks.
I forgot about these
Oh,
guys.
it's them. It's friends.
The Stink Squad.
Big squishy friends.
You can say that, Shredney, but they are still the Stink Squad.
I mean, they can smell and still be friends.
It's a manatee wearing a gas mask? Yeah, basically.
Basically, yeah.
They make weird noises, too.
The larger herbivores on the planet. Bulbous sac appendage near its rear end glows, and yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, it would take a minute to install, but how do you feel about some Half-Life? It's not the sort of thing we normally play on the show.
I don't have much experience with Half-Life other than knowing that it exists and such.
Alright, well, we'll do that then. Because I saw Ina playing it the other day, and I was like, I like that game. I would like to play it again. Well, Subnauticus being a little bit difficult. There we go. I said there we go, but it's still not closing. I might have to actually close this one. Get out of here. Get out of here. Actually, that Black Base unsolved still. I do not. Okay. Half-Life 2.
Herflurfter.
Yeah. So how much do you know about this video game?
There be head crabs and zombies.
Mm-hmm. That is true.
And also, like, there were the experiments and things happened.
Yep. It's also true.
And you play Gurdon Fernman. And he does the things.
Yeah.
And he wears the glasses.
You basically, I mean, you've done it. You've distilled Half-Life down to its bare essentials. It's not the kind of thing we normally play on the show, but I'm just like, just kind of feel.
Yeah, sure, why not?
A bit of it.
No. Possibly the worst president in living memory has been ousted. It's a good time for Half-Life.
You know, if you think about it, the real Combine was the enemies we defeated along the way. Did just remember I don't think this game has native controller support, so I'm gonna have to play this with the keyboard and mouse. That's gonna be fun. Half the people watching this were just like, "What do you mean you don't play every first-person shooter with the keyboard and mouse?" Not me. I was a console gamer until relatively late in life. Yeah, Hearthstone.
Oh my
Not
god!
nowadays. What?
This is pretty great.
What's up?
I just they like
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
that was McClure's tweet about was trying to find a picture of Elizabeth Warren's dog Bailey and discovered that at some point MSNBC actually ran this chyron. Bailey, dog, D, Massachusetts. And Elizabeth Warren scratching her dog's ears.
Yeah.
Mood.
D for dog. It's true. A lot of people will try to tell you that it's not true, but it actually is.
Also, the Bidens have two really big dogs. I think they're both German Shepherds, and they're adorable, but they're huge. They seem like extremely good boys.
Large doges.
Like, seriously, they're big doge. Like, I'm seeing a picture next to, like, with Jane Biden with their dogs, and...
Hold up, is the first lady's name actually Jane?
I believe so, yeah.
Alright, well that's gonna follow me for the next 4 years. Whoops. uh,
Yeah.
anyway. Let's do this. For whatever reason.
But yeah, like, the dogs are each, like, as big as she is, and she is not a short woman. Like, they're big dogs.
Hey, since he's a Democrat, would they be blue dogs?
Hopefully not, because blue dogs are, like, the worst branch of the Democratic Party that aren't boll weevils.
Look, I know, but you gotta admit it was funny.
It was funny.
All right.
Oh my god, Bionicle!
Bionicle? What?
Oh no!
Oh god, it's gonna be so loud. Fuck.
Oh god, oh fuck, oh god, oh fuck.
Forgot that Half-Life 2, like every video game made in the past 30 years, is very loud when you boot it up for the first time. First time in a while in this case. I need to try to remember how to get this to run in a window, because I think it needs some workshopping, if I remember correctly. Okay, first of all...
Yeah, I can't see the chat at the moment.
Right. Frankly, I'm surprised you can see anything, since I think this forces compatibility mode. Let's see here. Closed captions. Give me subtitles, that's better. Video. Run in window? Okay.
Apply. Oh.
There we go. My windows are all messed up, but it seems to be working otherwise. Let's see if it saved my configuration back from when I last played this. It actually seems to have. What the fuck? That's surprising. Alright. Let's play a little bit of Half-Life. I really like Half-Life 2. I don't talk about it very much, because it's like a very, like, it's a game that's good in a very, like, almost boring way. You know what I mean? Shredney? Shredney? Hold up, folks. Zanzibar.
You just ended the thing.
Yeah,
why you do that?
I couldn't hear you if you were talking back to me.
Oh, I was just saying was that the like the problem is that like that the the thing was covering the chat in that, and you're fixing that now anyway, so it's fine.
Yeah.
We're fine. Everything is
a little
fine.
bit bigger actually, which will overlap the chat box slightly, but whatever. Yeah. Bup. Yeah, what I was saying was like, I don't talk about liking this game a lot very often, because it's good in a way that is almost sort of boring. Do you know what I mean?
I can understand that.
It's like saying that you really
rise and shine,
wow,
Mr. Freeman.
Still way too loud.
Rise and shine.
I will fix this in a moment.
Not that I wish to imply you have been sleeping on the job. No one is more deserving of a rest, and all the effort in the world would have gone to waste until... Well,
Are those
let's
barrels
just say your
spinning
hour
around
has
with
come
lightning?
again.
I think that was the reactor from the first game that we just saw there.
The right man
Okay,
in the
so
wrong
what is the
place
gist of
can make all the
why
any of
difference
this
in the
happened?
world.
I will explain. Just
Okay.
So wake up, Mr. Freeman.
is Torgo here?
Wake
What?
up and smell the ashes.
This guy feels like Torgo. I don't know what that means.
Talks like Torgo. Torgo from Monos.
Need
Hands
to
of
turn
Fate.
this way down.
Torgo.
There we go.
Torgo is the man with the goat knees.
Oh. Why did it reset my controls even after I Oh, I know why because the last time I played this I was playing on with a keyboard that had point being it was a bit easier to reach the actual arrow keys than the numpad, so I was playing with that enabled.
Oh.
I didn't see you get on.
Anyway, so what happened in the first game? Gordon Freeman, a nuclear physicist, goes to work at the Black Mesa research facility. He is involved with an experiment to test some kind of teleporter thingy. Or no, it's a reactor. It's a reactor. And it creates what is basically a hole in reality called the Resonance Cascade, and the facility is promptly invaded by aliens. So you fight your way out. At the end of that game, you are briefly transported to the alien planet of Zen, and you defeat their leader, which, you'd think would end the invasion. Instead, you find out that their leader was actually just fighting off an even bigger alien invasion, and they now control the Earth.
Whoa.
That's basically
so the villains were the good guys.
Sort of, not quite that simple, but would Shredney smooch a Vortigaunt? We're gonna probably find out at some point over the course of this stream.
What is a Vortigaunt?
You'll find out. What do I have the use button mapped to? That's a pretty important one. Or pick up or whatever it is. What? Enter. Yeah, that's not gonna work. I think now we can pick things up. Yeah, there we go. I think I just broke that bottle, but that's fine.
Dr. Green again? I was hoping I'd seen the last of him in City 14. I didn't see that too loud. This is his base of operations.
So you can see there's kind of a Big Brother thing going on here.
Yeah.
Normal police doing what
normal
police do.
Very Ingsoc, much totalitarianism.
Yeah.
Citizen, come with me.
Citizen. It takes a bit before you get to the actual action. They're very intent on setting the mood. It was a cold day in March when Winston.
I remember the bit about the clock striking 13 times.
Yeah.
I'm gonna need me some privacy for this.
About that beer I owed you. It's me, Gordon. Barney from Black Mesa.
Barney.
Sorry for the scare. I had to put on a show for the cameras. I've been working undercover with civil protection. It can't take too long or they'll get suspicious. I'm way behind on my beating quota.
I'm in the middle of a critical test.
Sorry, Doc.
Sorry we're not really saying anything, but I enjoy the set dressing.
Great Scott!
More warning.
Yeah, you and me both.
I like this guy,
He was
he's
about
fun.
to board the express to Nova Prospect.
Well, Barney, what do you intend?
I'm thinking.
Alex is around here somewhere. She would have a better idea how to get in here.
Oh, the name
As long
Alex,
as he stays
spelled
away
like
from
that, I
checkpoints,
think
we
might
should be
actually
okay.
be a reference
Listen, I
to a
gotta go,
particular
Doc. We're
science
taking enough
fiction
chances
author.
as it is.
Oh,
I think
maybe.
it's
And,
James Tiptree
Gordon?
Jr. Real name Alice
Okay,
Sheldon.
Gordon. You're gonna have to make your own way to
Had
Dr.
a
Kleiner's
character,
lab.
Alex, if I'm not
Man,
mistaken,
that's what I was afraid of. Get in here,
who
Gordon,
was a
before you
recurring
blow my
character in a
cover.
couple of her works.
Yeah.
Pile up some stuff to get through that window and keep going till you're in the plaza. I'll meet up with you later.
James Tiptree Jr.'s stuff gets really fucking dark, incidentally.
Physics engine. Yeah, this was the, you know,
Crates and crates and crates.
I've got great expectations.
At least
Nah,
the
this was Half-Life 2's big innovation back in the day. It's like a physics engine you could actually do things with,
yeah.
as long as you're, you know, reasonably careful.
Yeah, it's not actually, it's not a bad looking game for, how old is this?
This came out in 02?
Jeez.
Yeah, Half-Life 2 is actually notable for being, I think, the first commercially released game to support 4K resolution out of the box.
Holy
Which
shit.
is ridiculous, because, like, who needed that in 2002?
Yeah, and it looks really fucking good.
It's a pretty good looking game. Like, I mean, it's very, like, you know, it's got, like, kind of like a grungy aesthetic going on, but...
Yeah, I mean, of course, but like, it's
I
like
how it
especially
looks.
for how old it is.
Ah, here we go. And then he smacks you.
Thank you for writing, sir. Of course, your question touches on one of the basic biological truths, with all its associated hopes and fears for the
This guy is Eliza Yudkowsky. Fuck.
Oh no.
You're less wrong than I would hope.
what gives them
Than I would wish.
decision for a man.
Oh no.
Will they
Oh
react
no.
to the field and
Oh no, it's Big Yud.
Big Yudder is watching you.
Big Yudder is watching you.
You posted his speech there and attributed it to Yudkowsky, and people believed me. That's hilarious.
Oh my god. I'm just thinking, wait, Big Yudder is his persona.
Hey.
His cow persona.
No. Why are you back here? Because I have no sense of direction. That's why. This is why I don't stream games like this that often. I have managed to get lost in Doom 2000.
Okay, that's true.
Before.
Yeah, he does seem like a badger furry.
instinct
Badger,
Yeah.
badger, mushroom.
That is
badger,
actually
mushroom.
That's actually a very valid and surprisingly on point observation. Mur, are you secretly a furry?
But inseparable from instinct is its
Why am I asking this?
instinct is inextricably bound to unreasoning impulses, and today we clearly see its true nature. Instinct
Okay.
is just
Okay,
the
valid.
of
Jerboa is a good one.
Jerboa.
instinct would inflict a fatal wound on our species.
I like the propaganda and the graffiti that's up
Yeah.
on these walls. It's really good.
Instinct tells us that the unknown is a
Excuse me.
threat.
Bless you.
That an opportunity. Instincts highly perverted causes change and progress. Instinct, therefore, must be expunged. It must be fought tooth and nail, beginning with the basest of human urges.
Oh my, so it's a chastity cult?
We should thank
It's not even a cult. They've got like a thing, like some kind of device that prevents people from having kids. Like some sort of force field or something. It's never really, it's never really expounded upon. But he's trying to justify the decision. The comparison people make is that Earth in this game is kind of in the same situation as like Vichy France. If you, it's where Children of Men got the idea from. I don't know. It's like
no. Children of Men is a Okay, here's the thing. Children of Men, as in the film, is based on a novel from the 90s.
Yo, a ladder. What's up here?
So this probably actually got the idea, at least in part, from the novel Children of Men, which is by P.D. James, who is better known as a mystery author of all things.
They added it into the story to explain why there's no child characters. That's the doylistic explanation, Go Busto. The ladder was where I needed to go. Like I told you, not much of a directionalist me. There's a part in Stanley Parable where they drop you into this area. Part of its like whole meta commentary thing. I really don't like that game, but that's another conversation.
Always starts. First the building, then the whole block.
I should probably play the Stanley Parable to see how I feel about it. Because I've liked what I've seen of it, but I haven't seen a lot of it.
I'm gonna echo Mur's sentiment here. I don't really like the Stanley Parable, but I think the Beginner's Guide does a similar thing to much greater effect.
Yeah, I've heard really good things about it.
It depends on how you feel about various things.
Like, the Beginner's Guide seems really, really interesting. I just sort of enjoyed what I saw of the humor of in the Stanley Parable, how if you do things wrong that it does not want you to do, like the way that the narration changes.
Yeah, no, that's the thing most people like about that game. I didn't really find it charming or like funny or interesting in the way I think you're supposed to.
I don't know, it suits my particular sense of humor. It's like just the increasing passive aggressiveness of the narration. It's like, no, you're supposed to follow what I'm saying in the narration. Goddammit.
Look at him down there.
I told you they'd be coming for us next.
This is what's going wrong.
So what I'm getting here is that
I can't take it anymore.
He's gonna be okay.
What are we going to do?
this is very squatter like collective-y right here.
Yeah, you know.
Which is funny considering we're in a totalitarian state, which is kind of the opposite of that aesthetic generally. You know.
Let's fucking go. Run for your lives, by the way.
Run for the hills.
Get in here, quick! Keep moving.
I'm going, bud. I'm going. One bad thing about this game is a lot of loading screens. They're not particularly long, usually. Unless you're playing the orange box, in which case they are interminably long. But there's quite a... Okay. Kind of forgot that you guys started shooting that quick. Jog, Gordon, jog! Fuck off! Actually, he is a sprint
Jog
button in
Gord!
this game.
Jog Gord! It's Gord Downey of the Tragically Hip running from running from the totalitarian.
Petrol, by the way, if you wanted some petrol. I don't know what the hell you'd use it for.
I feel like the one person who would completely appreciate that joke, that being Section, is not here.
First brain cancer, now this? What?
Oh, okay, you got it.
Okay, I don't, so...
Unfortunately, Gord Downey, the primary songwriter of the Canadian band The Tragically Hip, passed away from brain cancer. After fighting it for years.
No, you don't.
Oh, right, that's supposed to happen. I forgot.
Dr. Freeman, I presume.
Yeah, did you hear what I was saying?
Yeah, no, I heard you. Sorry, I was just
yeah.
thinking about two things at once. Can I not take
Dr.
their
Kleiner
gun
said
or
you'd be coming
something?
this way. I don't think it occurred to him that you might not have a map.
Oh. I was gonna push the button, but okay.
I'm Alex.
Push the
Yeah,
button.
that's right. You
back
can't
in
use
Black
weapons
Mesa?
till you get the Hev suit. I forgot.
I'm sure you don't remember me, though. Man, a few words, aren't you?
Press A to say apple.
Press B to say banana.
Remember him from Black Mesa? Your old administrator. Don't get my dad started on Dr. Breen.
I mean, he seems like a real jerk, so... Gordon Freeman jogging around with his hands in his pockets, refusing to pick anything up.
Oh,
Look,
no.
you don't question Freeman's methods, okay? He's
Do
a loose
we not
cannon,
question
but he gets
This day in
results.
particular.
Oh no. I'm just imagining him as like
We've been helping people
he's like Clint Eastwood with really thick glasses and a mustache.
Well, he's got a full
Today,
full
we're
beard.
finally on the verge of
Okay,
having
full
a
beard.
wedding day.
Which isn't likely with Clint Eastwood, but I can picture it.
Let me buy you a drink.
He's a
Dr.
loose cannon.
Green's Private Reserve. I don't think I've realized that that's how those are branded before.
Nice to
Oh.
meet you.
Oh, well, it doesn't really matter because it's a door.
Yeah.
Where did she get to? Lamar?
Oh, somebody wanted to show off their reflection engine.
Oh, hello, Alex. Well,
Those with guns and those who cascade.
Lamar has gotten out
Cascade.
of her crate again. If I didn't know better, I'd suspect Barney of trapping and... My goodness. Gordon Freeman. It really is you, isn't it?
I found him wandering around outside.
My goodness, Gordon Freeman.
We owe a great deal to Dr.
Yes.
Freeman, even if trouble does tend to follow in his wake.
Aw.
Lamar?
I must say, Gordon,
Yeah, Lamar.
you come at a very opportune time.
This is Cat.
Eddie
Installed the
Lamar.
final piece for our resurrected teleport.
Oh.
Your talents surpass your...
I am so mad right
Yo,
now.
check out the Windows XP screensaver over here.
Man, Gordon,
Oh
you
my.
stirred up the hive.
Anyway, I once again have to use the bathroom
Can't keep him
because
here long, Doc.
my bladder
Jeopardize
despises me.
everything we've worked for.
But I will be back in a second.
That's right, Barney.
Have a nice
This is a red
period
letter
of
day.
time while I'm not
We'll
here,
inaugurate the new
Yeah.
teleport with
in
a
which you
double
can
transmission.
say terrible,
it's working?
humiliating, embarrassing things about me.
Because I still
Okay.
have nightmares about that cat.
But
No, no.
please
You say
don't.
so.
Nothing to be nervous
You
about.
can,
We've made
but
major
please don't.
strides
Oh,
since
don't
then.
worry, I will.
Major strides.
What cat?
Okay, that's
Since
fine.
he's not taking
Everything
notice, you might as
is
well get him
fine.
out of civics.
What?
Oh.
Oh dear, you're right. I almost forgot. Barney, I'll give
Let
you
me
the honor.
turn you into
I've gotta
Conti
get back
from
on my
Fooly
shit.
Cooly.
But okay.
Careful there.
Little known fact about Shredney, she's a friend and a good person. Let's fucking go.
Damn it, get it off me!
Oh, there she is.
Lamar, there you
I
are.
thought you got rid of that pest.
I heard that she's a ferret.
Never
I
fear,
heard she
Gordon.
has an 8-pack.
She's DB and completely harmless. The worst thing I do is attempt to couple her with your head. Get that thing away from me.
This fucking
Those are quite fragile. Oh, fine. It'll be another week before I can coach them.
Barney, you're not an animal person.
Well, Gordon, I see your HEV suit still fits you like a glove. At least the glove parts do. I've made a few
The
modifications.
fuck is that supposed to mean, Doc?
With the essentials. Now let's see. The Mark V hazardous environment suit has been redesigned for comfort and utility. Oh dear.
Doc, we don't have time for this. At least get that suit juiced up.
Remember,
Good idea. There's a charger on the wall.
everything is fine.
Hello, Shredney.
I've modified your suit to
Hi.
draw power from Combine energy outlets, which are plentiful wherever they patrol.
Souped.
Meanwhile, let's get this show on the road.
That was a yawn.
It was.
Hi. I'm wrapped in blankets and all snuggly now. It's nice.
Unfortunately, that violates the Luxembourg Protocol.
Gordon, why don't you
What's
position
the
yourself
Luxembourg?
near
I did charge
over
my
there
suit.
and wait for
Isaac, are you there?
And I will now have to
Yes,
arrest you.
Eli. Bit of a holdup on this end.
What's the
You'll never guess
Luxembourg
who found his
Protocol?
way into our-
No Snuggy.
That's not who I think it is.
Indeed it is.
How
And
dare
it's
you.
our intention to send him packing
I didn't
straight away
sign
in the company
this.
of your lovely daughter.
No.
Are you ready for us, Dad?
But
I didn't sign on to this.
Then let's do it.
Let's
Shredney, are you claiming to be a free ferret on the
clamp the
land?
manifold parameters to conditions could hardly be more ideal. That's what you said last time.
Hey, yeah, about that cat.
I am a sovereign mustelid.
One.
Sovereign muscle.
What now?
No,
No,
fiddlesticks.
Dear me.
I
You're
can't
right.
like just
Gordon,
like
would you mind?
just like rattle off endless pseudo legalese like that. I don't have that power.
Hey, don't fucking just reference the TTPR, the tabletop game Paranoia in my chat. You can't do that here.
Oh my god.
Master Computer
Also-
will hear you.
Termination boot. I'm pretty sure that's a thing that first shows up in the Repair of Reputations.
Shredney, has anyone ever told you that you're a massive Dorcas?
Throw your switch.
Oh, right, I have to actually, like...
I mean,
Very
everyone. All the time, actually.
Okay.
But yeah, like, also I'm pretty sure the Repair of Reputations may be the first time that like actually the guy, the YouTuber Quentin Reviews did a whole thing about
Did it work?
fictional presidents, and that may be the first instance of a named
My
fictional
relief is
president
almost palpable.
in media in the United
Well, I
States
can't take all the credit.
back in
Dr.
1895.
Freeman proved an able
Was President Winthrop in
Right you
The
are.
Repair of
Speak to you again
Reputations
in a
by
few moments.
Robert
Good
W.
job,
Chambers,
Gordon. Throwing that
which is
switch and all.
weird
I
because
consider
that's
MIT
not
education
what that
really pays for
story
itself.
is known
All
for.
right, Barney.
It's known for being, well, it is known for being like a weird alternate history thing, but it's also known for being like one of the original like cosmic horror stories.
I mean,
Excellent.
we
Initialize
both lived through the
in
election cycle,
2,
so...
1.
Valid, yeah, and also
Anyway,
like,
hey, you should pay attention, you'll like this bit.
Yes,
alright.
indeed. We're ready to project you, Gordon.
It's
Bon
me.
voyage, and best of
are
luck
we
in
being
your future
teleported
endeavors.
to another world?
We're being teleported, like, 2 cities over.
Okay. Oh no. Are we gonna get all fly-ified?
Until there's a teleporter accident, and oh no.
I'm not sure. It seems to be some kind of interference.
Gordon, hey,
understanding of this. Who are you? How did you get in here?
Oh dear.
Vibing.
Don't worry, Gordon.
There he is. Oh, we're losing him again.
All but certainly.
You know. You know, all things considered, much worse could happen in the event of a teleporter accident, I feel like.
I mean, again, like I said, it could be a, you know, Cronenberg's The Fly situation.
Right? Like, I feel like just getting teleported to the wrong place, especially if it's that nearby, like, it still sucks, but...
Or getting literally annihilated, turned into, like...
You know, quantum.
You know, turned into, like, red pudding.
What is... This is a serious question. What is Henry Stickmin? I've heard of it. Hey, I just realized I don't think I have my crowbar.
Hey, Gordon.
Oh. I think I'm about to get it, actually.
The Citadel's on full alert. I've never seen it lit up like that. Get out of City 17 as fast as you can, Gordon. Take the old canals, right? They'll get you to Eli's lab. It's a dangerous route, but there's a whole network of refugees, and they'll help you if they can. I'd come with you, but I gotta look after Dr. Kleiner. Oh, and before I forget, I think you dropped this.
Just throw it
back in
directly
Black
at my
Mesa.
face. It's fine.
Good luck out there, buddy.
Let's fucking go.
Yeah. Okay.
I
So
do...
just hit things with the crowbar.
I do very literally keep the iron on me.
You know, they talk about a big iron on his hip, but this is a big iron in your hand for whacking things.
Good try, Shrek.
That sounded also, like, unintentionally somewhat suggestive.
Unintentionally, so...
Well, only semi-unintentionally, but more unintentionally than I intended. You know what I mean.
That's interesting, Wom. I would be willing to check that out sometime, maybe. Into City 17 came aboard one fine day. I can't do the tune from Big Iron. That's a train.
I mainly remember the sort of chorus bit.
Let's get out of here. Mouse 5? What? Huh. Okay. Don't know what that was mapped to the last time I played this game, but whatever.
So
anyway, I am going to use the restroom again real quick.
Okay.
I'll be right back. Don't die.
Hello, chaps. It is I, known criminal Sredni Vashta. Known criminal of comfiness. Here to entertain you. That sounds really nice. I wish I had some of that. That would be good. Like, really, I have not had an actual alcoholic beverage in months upon months, and that makes me slightly sad. Bailey's is also good. You know what I would really like on the note of champagne is a black velvet would be really nice. Those are really good. That's a when you get like a good dark stout, and you layer that with champagne. It's a thing that was made for the funeral of Prince Albert, the prince consort who's married to Queen Victoria when he died. It's one of my favorite cocktails. I would also like to try like a very old-fashioned style of Singapore sling that actually uses ginger beer. Many do not. Often it simply uses tonic. It's a type of Singapore sling is a type of gin sling that involves grenadine, cherry brandy, in the original recipe, pineapple juice, gin, obviously. Not sure what else is in it. I don't think there really is much else. Like, and again, in older forms of it, often you'll get variations involving ginger beer rather than, say, carbonated water, as it were. Yeah, it seems like something that is up my alley. Also, Long Island iced tea is surprisingly good if it is mixed correctly.
Alright, I'm back.
So yeah. What was I thinking?
Get fucking zonked.
Before.
Wait, hold on. Run past her? Yes, okay. Treadney, I have an important question.
Uh-huh.
What's the vibe?
I don't know. What is the vibe?
Just, you know, at the moment, I mean. I don't remember how to reload. How do I reload?
It's reasonably chill, I think.
That's good. That's the wrong button. What's the reload button? Reload weapon, not mapped to anything. Okay, well, let's fix that. It's kind of an important one. You know? Controversial statement. I think if you're going to use guns, they should be reloadable. There's really no point in it otherwise. Kind of hate how wimpy the pistol feels in this game. Yeah, like it's weird, right? Because like I think Half-Life 2 is a great game. I don't know if I'd call it. Well, no, okay. Other than the gravity gun, I don't know if I'd call it a particularly great first-person shooter. Like, the gun plays solid. It's not really... The shotgun's a good one. Like, there's... The weapons are a bit all over the place, I guess is all I mean. Because I don't really think the SMG that you get is also kind of... Like, it's not wimpy like the pistol is, but it's a little bit... It feels softer than it should, like in terms of impact. The crossbow is cool, yeah. You don't get the chance to use the crossbow that often, though. I feel like you don't get it until pretty late in the game, if I remember correctly. Which I might not. I'm not very good with that kind of thing. Right. You go over here.
Okay.
Mur told me right as I got it. Where? Over there. Okay. How about this?
Or there.
I love the exploding barrel trope so much.
It is pretty
It's so funny. I have no idea where it came from, because, unsurprisingly, not really a thing in real life.
I mean, it kind of technically is. There are certain kinds of very, very, inflammable substances that are kept in barrels, and they have the little thing on them.
Oh, yeah.
That's
but,
the reason why.
People don't leave those just lying around, generally.
Yeah, generally not, no. But, generally speaking, even with stuff like propane tanks, people don't... But then again, people don't shoot guns at propane tanks very often.
I guess that's true. Can you ignite a propane tank by shooting it? There must be an episode of Mythbusters about this, I feel like.
I feel like you would need a pretty hefty caliber.
Yeah, you'd
gun.
need like a shotgun or some nonsense.
Although if you did, because it's in gaseous form, it would probably explode. Like, it would be not fun for you or anyone nearby.
Hey, a supply crate. Don't mind if I do. Let's make a quick save here. Man, I like this game. We're not even really at the good part yet.
So, I'm just thinking that it'd be really shitty to get hit with a crowbar.
Probably, yeah.
Like, all things considered.
You know, all things considered, I'd prefer to not be smacked in the face with a large piece of metal that is meant to open boxes.
Like, getting shot is also extremely bad, but then I thought, actually, getting...
Uh-oh. I'm good. I'm not good. I'm good.
Oh, just waste this shithead. Yeah.
Violence!
Oh, yeah, who doesn't love a little of the old ultra-violence?
Today on NPR, getting hit by a crowbar sucks. Yeah, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
Is it false? I don't think most people would say that it is.
Well, I mean,
Where
NPR is known for their NPR is known for their accurate and unbiased reporting.
Yeah.
And what is more accurate and unbiased than saying, yeah, getting hit in the face with a crowbar fucking sucks, actually.
Why did I do that? This isn't even where I need to be.
Because you have no sense of direction. We already answered
this. Is true. I've gotten lost in Halo levels before, and Halo is... I love that game. I love that whole series, but the levels are, like, pretty linear. Like, it's not the most linear thing in a game ever made, but it's pretty dang linear. Like...
Most linear game. Pong.
What if the Master Chief and Gordon Freeman smooched? Everywhere in Halo looks like everywhere else in Halo? I don't think that's true. There is that weird, like, thing where the second half of the levels are, like, mirrored from the first half, because they, you know, had development time, like, they had, like, a deadline to commit to, and kind of couldn't do much else with it, but, I don't know. There is that one level, though, where I would say that you're largely correct, that like wintry one, I'm forgetting the name of it, and it's a mirror later in the game. It's pretty easy to get lost in those. But otherwise, I think I just have a terrible sense of direction.
There was a friend of mine who, he was in the band I was in high school, and shortly after high school. And he once, we were supposed to do a gig, and he was supposed to play guitar, well, additional guitar type things, and violin for us, and he didn't show up. It turns out it was because he and his father had gone biking on a route that they always took, and he managed to get lost.
I've had that happen to me before. Like, sometimes, like, you know,
and he managed to get
times...
not just that, he got lost on the other side of Philadelphia.
Like, I've had similar things happen to me before. Like,
fair.
Like, you know, the Target I always go to. I always talk about it. Like,
yeah.
The one time I had a slight additional stop to make on my way back from the Target, took a wrong turn, ended up in Little Pakistan.
Huh. Yeah, I remember that.
Totally different part of Chicago.
Yeah, but it is worth noting that my friend, it was sort of bizarre and kind of funny to see his dad arrived at our show at the end of it and was like, yo, like, yeah, I'm a little worried about David. He has a terrible sense of direction. It's like,
we're just a lookout for the
that was pretty much everybody. Was like, yeah, and he later admitted years later that it was like that he has, you know, like he was driving us somewhere once, and it's like, thank God I have a GPS. I have a terrible sense of direction.
Anyway, Shredney, this is a Vortigaunt. Just so you know.
They're kind of cute. I'd be friends with them.
It's bad news for the whole railroad.
Anyway, yeah, no, I've known people like that.
I mean, maybe, yes, possibly.
Which this Vortigaunt.
I was saying maybe, yes.
No,
possibly.
Shredney's gotta wait till we meet Cecil.
Okay. Who's Cecil?
We're not gonna get to that today. That's way later in the game. Cecil's a Vortigaunt that helps you out. That's not even his like canon name. He doesn't have one. It's just what people call the one Vortigaunt who helps you out later in the game.
Huh.
Wait, should I be smacking the wood parts? Is this even what I need to do? Yes, okay. They really like showing off that physics engine.
I mean, you know, you do the physics with it.
Yeah. They were slaves to the Zen aliens in the first game. They are also kind of all Yoda. What?
I just find that concept kind of funny. It's like, they're just also all Yoda, actually.
They're very Yoda-y. There's also some vague implication that they can somehow see beyond the fourth wall, so that's cool.
Huh. That's wild.
Yeah, there's one in particular who makes vague allusions to, like, you know, ooh, distant hands guide your own, and it's like, oh, you know, cool.
Yeah. And then suddenly we're an Animal Man now.
There's a few games that are like relatively mainstream that have like lightly toyed with that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like there's an item description in Destiny 2 where it's like a helmet possessed by some kind of space demon. And it talks to you, the player, rather than your character.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
as opposed to, you know, stuff like Pathologic or Undertale, where it's way more explicit and not mainstream games per se.
I would demarcate a difference. Like in Undertale, you are a character. Like like even though it's supposed to be you, it's not like totally you. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's complicated.
Yeah. Whereas the thing that I'm referring to in Destiny, it's all but addressed to like, hey, dumbass sitting on the couch.
I mean, that's also true of where it goes in where the No Mercy run in Undertale goes, definitely goes in that.
Kind of.
Dressing. At the very, very end.
I guess.
Like, it basically addresses you personally. And calls you out for being a dick. But then, Pathologic, from what I know about it, gets really, really explicitly meta. Like, really explicit.
I didn't know that, actually.
Yeah,
I don't know a
I'm
lot
not
about
going to spoil
Pathologic.
it.
You just
But,
did!
No, I'm not going to spoil the actual details of how or why. Because that's the interesting part.
Pathologic 2 does it somewhat less. Okay, interesting.
I mean, my point was with, like... It wasn't that Undertale has not become mainstream, but more that these are both games by relatively small indie development teams, as opposed to Destiny.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Although I will say,
what Mo said about that is that's one part of it. Yeah, it's literally theatrical in the sense that it is. There's a lot of theater stuff in it.
Yeah. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, I was gonna say, like, you know, Destiny 2, not by an indie team, but Bungie used to kind of be an indie team, so if you really think about it. If you really think about it.
There was a Yarose game called Adventure Game that had a very no fourth wall dialogue. Your guy told characters his motivation was to find a way out of this dodgy game other than pressing the reset button.
That's kind of funny.
Oh no.
I don't remember how to get out of this area. Wait, hold on. Nay. Okay. That works.
But yeah, works of art that get that meta generally aren't... there aren't that many that are, like, interactive, you know what I mean? Like, usually when things get that meta...
It's hard. I mean, people, like, point this out all the time, but it's very difficult for a game to meaningfully comment on a lack of agency. Because, like...
Yeah.
The entire medium is predicated on pretending to give you agency, or giving you, like, a limited amount of agency.
Yeah, and
so
then...
you need to have something to say about, like, the foundational conceit of the medium, essentially.
And...
Which is hard, you know.
Yeah. I mean, you can do it, but it's difficult.
Yeah, and, you know, there's... let me put it this way. I have played more games that try to and completely fail than I have games that do it in an interesting way. Which is not to say that people shouldn't try. I mean, you know,
and that failure is necessarily a bad thing when you're trying to be super ambitious.
Yeah.
Like, a failure can be interesting. I'd rather engage with an interesting failure than something that is just, you know, mildly successful with zero ambition.
Yeah, for me it kind of depends, I guess. Like,
I mean, it does depend, but it depends on how successful. Like,
yeah.
I say mildly successful because if something is very successful and has no ambition, then, well, I mean, it's fine. But, like, ambitious failures are at least kind of interesting to think about. Like, hey, you tried.
Keep going, friend. That station was raised,
good for
but
you.
there's others up ahead.
Yeah, you know. Like, it depends on many things. Video games in particular are weird because, like, people have this argument all the time. They're like, you know, they kind of rest at a weird spot where they are not entirely, you know, art, quote unquote, as in, you know, made for expressing a particular purpose or thematic point of some kind. but they're also not entirely entertainment that's just, you know, made to be consumed and forgotten about. They kind of fall somewhere in the middle.
And also, they're not entirely, like with video games, they're not necessarily, they are not purely games in the classical sense much of the time. Like, something that is purely gamey is actually pretty rare outside of, like, I guess some mobile games, kind of, you know, and stuff like that.
What do you mean, purely gamey?
Like, where it is just the mechanics.
Oh, I
there
don't
isn't
know.
a story being told.
I guess it depends on how broadly or narrowly you define a story. Because you've got stuff like Pac-Man, where there's like...
Well, yeah, that's my point.
Technically a story, but like...
That has become less common, I feel, over time.
Okay, bummer.
Bye! Have a
Someone
good
almost got
time.
mad at me for saying Tetris had no story. I think Tetris has even less of a narrative than Pac-Man does.
Yeah.
Like,
Well,
what-
I mean, I
like, what
guess,
is-
like anything, you can apply a narrative to anything. Chess has a narrative, arguably. But I guess my point is more that often, narrative has become more important over time within video games. And I guess what you would call entertainment software, which is the official term that the ESRB uses, you know, Entertainment Software Rating Board.
Yeah.
You know, and then the Entertainment Software Association, you know, that sort of thing. That's what they shorten it to.
Yeah.
Like they don't it doesn't necessarily mean it is a game per se. Like Dear Esther, you wouldn't really call that a game, but it is a thing.
I would. I have this argument with people all the time. Like, okay. Like,
Okay,
it depends on what you mean.
Well, I
is,
mean, it's
is
not
Dear
the
Esther a game in the same way that Pac-Man is?
Well, that was rather my
Obviously
point.
not.
I would say that it is a game in the sense of it is a video game,
Yeah.
which is a broader sense of the thing. And it was like, sort of like, I think it was one of the guys who developed Magic the Gathering created the term ortho game to refer to a game that is very, very game. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's
like the point of it as a contest of skill,
Which,
if you
by
will.
the way, did you know that Dear Esther started life as a mod for the game that I am playing right now?
Huh. Yeah, I forgot about
Yeah, the
that.
original Dear Esther was a Half-Life 2 mod.
That's interesting.
It wasn't unique either. I really like Dear Esther. I think it's one of the best of that scene, but people forget that there was that was like a thing. Like it didn't emerge from nowhere. There were
Like-
other mods like Dear Esther. The
That
big
are
one that
very-
comes to mind was Corsikovia, which is fucked up, by the way. Corsikovia is fucking scary.
So, like, more story-oriented?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like,
Um,
less...
little to no of, what I'm doing now, shooting.
Like, less... Like, less with the combat and the... things go explode.
Yeah. Corsikovia is a first-person exploration of a psychotic breakdown. It
Ugh.
is fucking bizarre. I don't really know if I'd recommend it to anyone. Do idle games bring anything interesting to the what is a game debate? Not really, in my opinion, because there's all kinds of mathematical games and such that don't require any active participation other than thinking on your part. Arguably, idle games don't require even that much, but in my opinion, the what is a game question is not interesting.
It's not actually interesting.
Yeah, it's not solely the domain of ethics and game journalism people, but that's not...
Did you just blow yourself up?
Yeah, it's not solely the
That's
domain
amazing.
of ethics and game journalism people, but a lot of
Yeah,
it is.
it's I mean, yeah, a lot of it is, but it's not exclusively that. It's more like those.
God damn it!
That oh, I mean, like, I would say that actually a lot of people asking what is a game in good faith are not those sort of people, but the problem is a lot of it isn't in good faith.
Yeah, here's how I would put it. If you are asking what constitutes a game, you better either be a game developer or, like, an academic of some kind. Like, because otherwise my assumption is that you are a game creator. You know, and that's not fair.
An academic, a dev, or, like, somebody who actually spends a lot of time actually thinking about games in a way that is of any substance.
I mean, academic is an oversimplification of what I meant, but
yeah,
you know,
but I get what you mean. Is like, are you somebody who actually has an investment in answering this question in good faith?
Yeah. Which, to be clear, even in that context, I still don't think it's a particularly worthwhile question.
It's not necessarily...
You run into, like... And people disagree with me on this, and I get why. You kind of run into, like, a what is art problem, and
absolutely.
I don't think that there's an answer to that question.
And then, unfortunately, you get into the whole, like, the sort of misinformed...
You have a BSc in computer games? I mean, that's fair. Is there a win condition? Like, I don't know. Because there's things that have win conditions that I don't know if I'd call them games, and there's games that I don't know if I'd really say have win conditions beyond just, like, them ending. Which, I guess you could call that one. So, I mean, in that sense, I suppose.
But then it's sort of like the same thing as in this sort of... And that's kind of reminded me of, was, like, something that, Cameron and Alex on, of LRR on their show... Well, Alex doesn't do it anymore, but, Talking Simulator later, we're talking about, because was the show which they did explicitly to, like, sort of talk about how games work and just kind of getting into that, like, why something does or does not work, and talking about horror games is, like, the thing about a lot of horror fiction, like, in terms of cinema and short stories and novels, is that, like, the thing that becomes a problem in terms of balancing it with, like, if you're thinking about a game as a game, is that if you look at a lot of horror fiction, it's about losing. It is about a loss of power.
Yeah, it's like a weird thing where, like, I've had this thought before, too. Like, in mainstream video game design, you are expected to be able to win somehow, generally.
Yeah.
Which sort of goes against the core thesis of not all, but a decent chunk of horror fiction.
Oh, absolutely.
So you do end up in sort of a weird area with stuff like that.
Like,
and there's ways to work around it, and there's ways to... Or you can just ignore it. Like, I don't think that horror games that end with the player winning are, like, inherently bad or whatever.
Yeah, but but still, it's kind of like...
It's sort of a different thing.
But also, if you win, going through some sort of loss is often important, and it's like, actually, like, I think the writer Thomas Ligotti nailed it back in the 80s when he wrote... pretty early in his career when he wrote this essay called The Consolations of Horror. And he basically stated that the reason is like that horror is a lot like tragedy, is one aspect of it, is that like it's you know, it kind of, and this comes up in a few of his other non-fiction books, is the similarity between tragedy and horror. Although he also pointed out, and this was the point of The Consolations of Horror, is what he was writing about is, why do people like horror? Like, a lot of the reasons that people give aren't particularly satisfactory when you really think about it, and don't apply to, you know, a lot of different kinds of horror, but the core of it, you could argue, is that people like to know that they're not alone in what they're afraid of.
No, I think that's a reasonable answer. I would actually say that a horror game that does that very well, and to be clear, I don't like this game, but I am giving it credit where it's due, is Soma.
Yeah.
Which fundamentally is a game about, like, losing your humanity in a disturbingly literal sense. It's, you know, it's well considered, even though I don't really think it's...
These rope trap monsters are really horrible.
Yeah, they're called barnacles, incidentally. Going to bringing the conversation fully circle in the weirdest fucking way possible. Get out of here! Oh, you didn't die. There you go. Yeah, you know, like I think that, to a degree, sort of, not mainstream per se, but like mainstream adjacent horror game design philosophy is kind of starting to come around to the point of view that you and I seem to have, which is like it's more interesting if you, at the end of the narrative, don't win in a traditional sense, or if there isn't a single linear narrative, like like a Phantasmophobia is interesting in this way, because like is very gamey in that you end each round with, like, assuming you succeed in your mission, which is to exorcise a ghost, you get, like, you know, money and stuff to buy equipment, but I mean, for one thing, you can still very much lose, and if your character is dead, you don't get paid, obviously. But, like, it still feels, sort of in the correct vein. I'm not explaining myself well. I feel like, yeah, it's funny you can say that. But, like, no, I don't know. I lost my train of thought. Never mind.
I think, like, in some ways it's easier when it's, like, an extremely narrative-focused or, I guess, more abstract kind of game-type experience. Like, to, like, really deliver on the feeling of just, you know, utter loss without you feeling ripped off.
Yeah, that's another thing, like, I wish more horror games went for, like, a weird angle. Like, this game has been in development for, like, fucking forever at this point. By which I mean, like, 3 or 4 years, because I'm an impatient millennial. But, it's called Scorn. And Scorn is a first-person shooter. The name is an homage to Doom. But it takes place in what is... I don't think it's been outright stated, but it's basically implied to be hell. And, like, your character doesn't... Like, there's no narrative, there's no explicit narrative, really. You just, like... you just dropped into this place. Or at least this is how it goes so far. I mean, they might change things before the final release, but you just like dropped into things in this horrible, horrible place, and you don't know how you got there, how to leave, or like really even what to do. You do have weapons and such, like a regular first-person shooter, but they're all these like weird, like bone guns that look like they're made out of made out of fucking God knows what. And the thing that really is interesting to me is that there's no UI. There's just
that's reminding me a little of a thing that Errant Signal talked about a while back, which was called, I think, In the Kingdom, which is like a direct homage to 90s shooters that goes into some really, really strange territory in terms of aesthetics. And
you,
has a similar thing going.
Write that name down for me somewhere. I would be interested in that.
Yeah, oh god, where did he talk about it? Just rechecking his...
Okay. This sounds like something I would be into. Actually, the third Marathon game goes into stuff like that sometimes. Marathon Infinity. There's like these weird, Marathon Infinity is a very strange game to begin with, but there's like this timeline hopping plot going on, and the levels that take you from one timeline to another are, they all have the same name. They're all called Electric Sheep, and then a number.
I found a oh yeah, I know about Marathon. And there's, like, most of it is told through text. And
all of it is, yeah.
Yeah, like, most of what's going on... Well, I'm saying, like, the vast majority of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's, like, it kind of... I was just saying I was, like, slightly reminded of, I'm gonna send you the link to the itch.io page for this, because I immediately found it, which was neat.
Cool.
So...
You can put it in the chat, too, if you want to.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop it in the main, thing. Here.
Thank you.
Is, In the Kingdom, and it looks real weird. At least in terms of aesthetics. It's like... It's definitely got, like... And it is, like, a very much an homage to stuff like Doom and Wolfenstein.
Yeah.
Like, it wears it right on its sleeve. But it's, like, also... There's also a whole lot of, what the fuck is this?
Hopefully more Doom than Wolfenstein. Wolfenstein
more
is,
Doom.
like, not very fun.
Yeah, it's more... the vibe is...
Yeah, no, I know.
Like, having seen a little bit of gameplay footage of it is very... The design is unsettling. And very lo-fi.
Good. Yeah, but like, what was I talking about? I'm sorry.
But yeah,
the
like,
sleep
Scorn.
deprivation is starting to get to me a little bit. Oh yeah, Scorn. Like, there's no UI.
Yeah. Okay.
Which I think is really interesting, because it forces you to keep track of everything yourself. Like, you don't have a bullet counter or anything, and because these things are not anything like real guns, you don't really know quite how to use them exactly. So you're just dropped in this weird, like, hellish landscape, and you have to figure everything out on your own.
Yeah.
And I think that's terrifying.
That is terrifying.
It's not a horror narrative in the traditional sense, I guess, because I assume at the end of the game you still... Well, I mean, I don't know. Maybe you don't.
Who knows?
But my assumption is that you probably leave somehow. But
But is that a good thing?
That's true. That's another point. But like, That's a real fucking scary situation.
Yeah, like you don't know what
Like-
anything is
Yeah,
or
like-
means.
Like, here's this place
Oh,
that
wait.
you've got. Wow, okay, I just could have opened the door at any point.
Or I was thinking you like if it weren't working, then you could blow it up.
No. Wasn't even that complicated. Excuse me, I'm trying to go in. So I'll get shot to pieces by civil protection? Thank you. Oh, God. But yeah, like, that's a very scary situation to me. Like, here's this situation that you just don't have any context for at all.
Yeah.
Figure it out, basically.
Also the fact that it's named Scorn, like, well, I mean like, setting aside the really obvious thing of what scorn means, and just like as a word, and it's just kind of unsettling thing. Like, does it refer to the fact that the world hates you?
Could be. I mean, like the obvious angle, and this is what all the like Doom-ish shooters go for, is that the title's an homage to Doom. It's one like vaguely sinister word, but those words have like pretty different feels to them.
Yeah.
Because like Doom as a term is very melodramatic. I feel like.
Yeah, a little bit.
Whereas Scorn, that's like is very like almost personal.
Yeah, it's like having scorn for someone or something is very personal and very nasty.
Yeah. Actually, I will link you the gameplay trailer for Scorn if you want. It's really interesting. They uploaded like a 13-minute gameplay excerpt
But also, like, the thing that comes to mind with me with Scorn, and that is more of a me thing, but it is a thing that is a possible reference that will not be lost on some people, is that Scorn is the name of a pretty well-known underground electronic project by Mick Harris. Mick Harris is mainly known as being the drummer for Napalm Death, but Scorn is like a proto old school dubstep project. Like the 90s precursor to stuff like Shackleton.
What I would say is that the other thing, like Scorn's other big influences well, there's two of them that they cite, two visual artists. One is H.R. Giger, who I think everybody knows who that is. The other is, I'm gonna butcher this man's name. William Zhidovsky?
You mean, how is it spelled?
It's like Zdieskwi, I think. It's a Polish last name. He's a surrealist landscape painter, and his paintings
Wait a minute, do you mean Zdzisław Beksinski? Different.
I don't.
Probably a different painter.
Maybe that is who. Hold on. Let me just look it up.
I can look it up.
Nah, I don't want to look it up.
Oh yeah, it's Zdzisław Beksinski.
Yeah. Okay. Wow. I don't know what I was thinking. Maybe I was conflating the names of two different people. I don't know. Whatever.
Yeah, it's vaguely Zdzisław.
Zdzisław. Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's like the other big influence they cite, and I think his paintings are a good indication of what they're going for.
Yeah, holy shit. Yeah, like, I love Beksinski. He's, like, rest in peace, King. Man, was an amazing
I like people
painter.
who make the cool paintings. It's my very art illiterate take on.
Yeah, my name on the what is it called? The certain less work safe server is a reference to one of his photographic pieces from the 50s.
Bruh. Steam valves. Sorry, it's
Like-
not about you. It's just like,
Yeah.
bruh.
Extremely bruh moment.
Now this is pod racing.
Fucking pod racing.
You know, there's a pod racing segment in Knights of the Old Republic.
I'm not surprised.
Star Wars role-playing game from 2000
I know.
whatever.
I know KOTOR.
Yeah.
I know it exists.
I like that game a lot. As a small.
I know, you've told me. You've
As a
talked about it, I
small
think, on
game.
stream.
And let me tell you something. The pod racing segment, probably the worst thing in it by a good margin. It's so fucking annoying. It's the worst. It's terrible. I hate it. You have to
It's
like
the worst, it's terrible, I hate it.
You have to like place a certain position or higher in a pod racing race to advance the plot at one point, and it's fucking awful. There's also a gladiatorial arena in that game, and that is a lot more fun. That's
The
my
barnacles are really horrifying. I've mentioned it before, but I have to mention it again
you don't like
because
the
they're the
barnacles,
worst.
huh?
They're the worst.
Why don't you
They're
like them?
upsetting.
What's upsetting about them? They're just friendly boys. Looking for
They
a munch?
fucking eat you by, like, sending down their terrible tentacle tongues.
Yeah, no, giant squid would do the same thing. I still like giant squids.
Giant squid generally don't eat people on land. They remind me of... You know what the barnacles kind of remind me of is pitcher plants.
If pitcher plants were upside down and a lot more aggressive, yeah.
Yes. Pitcher plants upset me as well.
Really?
Like, not
think they're
intensely, but... I mean, like, the little tiny ones are cute, but there's something a little menacing about, like, just things fall into them and they digest them.
You one of those people that does not like carnivorous plants in general?
I mean, I did actually keep... I actually kept a Venus flytrap plant. When I was younger. So I don't, like, actively dislike carnivorous plants or anything. I actually... It's just, like... I don't know, there's, like, something about the whole falling in and being digested thing that makes me uncomfortable.
Yeah, I don't like vor either.
I was about to say, is like, yeah, it's kind of why certain vor stuff is a little,
There is no certain qualifier needed for me. Anyway, I'm stuck underwater and I'm gonna drown, so how you guys doing?
Pretty okay.
Yeah. I think maybe that's enough Half-Life for this evening.
But, yeah, like, I have weirdly specific things that make me uncomfortable. Like, there's a lot of stuff out there which other people are deeply bothered by that don't bother me at all. And then there's stuff that, like, explicitly makes me massively uncomfortable that other people are like, huh. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I have a very thick skin when it comes to a lot of stuff, and then there's other stuff that's just like, nope.
I am in many ways the same way, so I get it. I think that will about do it for us this evening. I am getting quite tired.
Good night.
Good night, everybody.
Also, ACPAB. Yes, I was thinking the same thing.
Let me pop the banner back up. Yeah. Good night, everybody.
Good night, everyone.